This is a motion to, this is to reconvene the recessed annual retreat from yesterday. I'd like to welcome council, staff, and everyone in the audience today. Just a reminder, the restrooms are in the back of the town administrative building if anyone needs those. This is a working session between the council and the staff, and there are no public comments and or public questions, but you're certainly welcome during the breaks to converse with council and staff, or in fact our presenters. And we will recess at lunchtime. Council and staff will be recessing and having lunch and doing other business, and there will be no food served to the public at lunchtime, but we do have snacks in the back for the morning, and there will be snacks this afternoon. With that, we're going to go to our first item today. It's beach renourishment, and Ken Wilson from Coastal Protection Engineering, who's been with us many years, is going to do a presentation. Welcome, Ken.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Good to be here. Yeah, I think this might be like 10 or 11 years, something like that. Sort of the State of the Beach annual presentation here. How do I get this popped up on that?
Sure.
All right. Well, while they're getting that popped up, as the mayor said, my name's Ken Wilson. I work with Coastal Protection Engineering. Our North Carolina office is out of Wilmington, so I'm up here for the day. But we've been working on the design and the permitting, the monitoring of the beach program since before the beach program was, I guess, back in 2011, 2012, something like that. So I want to run through a few things today. Typically, we have a spot here to give an update to everybody during the annual work retreat. But real briefly, we always like to touch on the goals of the project, just kind of reframe everything briefly. Then I'll give you a little bit of an update on volume change observed. Typically, we would give you the update on the annual surveys, but the entire project area had not been surveyed in 2020 or 2022. It was supposed to get surveyed after the project, but because of the delay, we do have some updates that we can provide to you for the project area, but no new data outside the project area. And then we will give certainly an update on the beach nourishment construction, schedule, that sort of thing. And then we've got a couple of items there looking ahead. We'll talk about the future beach maintenance and design goals, updating the storm vulnerability analysis, and talk a little bit about an effort that we're working now with the county and the 4 towns on some regional sand resource investigations. So jumping right into this, again, the goals of the project that have been sort of long established is that the town wanted a long-term program to sustain the beaches that support a significant portion of the local economy and maintain the tax base of the town. And so this program, where beach nourishment was needed in order to achieve those goals, a project was designed to maintain the oceanfront beach and dune to a configuration that, 1, provides a reasonable level of storm damage reduction, 2, mitigates this long-term erosion that could threaten public and private development and recreational opportunities, biological resources, and 3, maintains a healthy beach that sustains valuable shorebird and sea turtle nesting habitat. So everything that we do in terms of making decisions and monitoring, things that we're looking at, project performance, are all focused on trying to achieve those goals. So this is a slide we've shown many times, but in terms of that idea of storm protection versus mitigating long-term erosion, this is a good graphic that sort of shows the way these beach projects work is that we want to establish that design beach and hold it really in perpetuity because it has a certain design level of protection. And then we get into this cycle of we're simply adding this advanced fill every 5 years to be able to maintain and protect that design beach. All right, so the 2017 project required the construction of both design beach and advanced fill. This upcoming project is more focused on the advanced fill, but as we've talked about before, some of that design beach has been eroded away, and so we are placing a little bit of additional sand there, and we'll talk a little bit more about that here in a moment. So I talked about the annual monitoring analysis. This is where we would walk through and tell you about the latest and greatest results. So since the project was constructed, or since we've been involved, really we've been looking at a number of data sets. The oldest complete data set is that September 2013, and outside the project area, we typically look at the long-term rates in comparison to those September 2013. But in the project area, the original baseline survey was one that was done in December 2017. So over the last 5 years, we always compared the data to that December 2017 survey. There are 34 beach profiles that are monitored along the entire town. And then that third bullet, in 2023, profile surveys in the project area were conducted. So this was after all of the negotiations with Weeks Marine, after it was decided they were going to build it in spring of 2023. They were required to update their conditional survey, and they did that in January. And so what I can report to you here on this next slide is basically the changes that we've observed from the baseline survey, December 2017, to just this past January, but only in the project area. All right. So here are those profiles. There's a good figure in the monitoring report that kind of shows you can zoom in on this a little bit better and see where those profiles fall on the streets. But in essence, the project area, as most of you know, goes from Skimmer Way down to the north end of the field research facility. Okay, so here are those updated numbers. Between December 2017 and January 2023, we're measuring a loss in the project area of about 556,600 cubic yards. That's about 57% of what was measured in December 2017. So essentially what was placed as part of the project was about 963,000 cubic yards. And over this 5-year period, we've lost about 57%. When I showed that graphic of advanced fill versus design fill, I'd say that advanced fill, the amount that we were targeting or we were anticipating losing, was probably closer to maybe 35% of that. So even though we're certainly nowhere near where we were in 2017 before the project, the rates that we've observed were a bit higher than what was anticipated. So part of this upcoming project is trying to reset that baseline a bit. And then if we look at the latest two surveys we have between April 2021, which was the last full monitoring survey done, and January 2023, we measured about a loss of 107,900 cubic yards. All right, these are old numbers. Basically, this is just a summary of what we reported last year. So in terms of what was going on north of the project area, as I mentioned, the long-term change rate from 2013 to 2021 is slightly positive, just under 1 cubic yard per foot per year on average. And since the project went in December 2017, we were measuring about 5.5 cubic yards per foot per year of a gain north of the project area. And then the most recent data that we had from June 2020 to April 2021, in that particular period, we did see a slight reduction in volume, but the net over that 2017 to 2021 timeframe was positive. Switching to the south, so this is starting from the north end of the FRF going all the way down to Southern Shores. Again, that long-term rate from 2013 to 2021, relatively stable throughout that period of time, almost no change measured. But between December 2017 and April 2021, the time that the project was in place, south of the project, we actually did see a loss on average of just under 4 cubic yards per foot per year. And then that recent data, 2020 to 2021, was actually showing pretty significant volume losses. On average, we were looking at almost 25 cubic yards per foot per year. So like I said, we had originally anticipated updating those surveys after the project was constructed. It's still part of the Weeks Marine contract that once they're finished with the project area, at the same time they survey the project as kind of a baseline survey, they will also survey everything north and south of the project along the town. So if everything goes as scheduled, we should have that data sometime in May, and hopefully have that report wrapped up by the middle of the summer and have some updated numbers. All right, this is a graphic that we've also used over time that helps us kind of track these trends. So what we're looking at is the cumulative volume change in each of these areas over time. So our first survey that we conducted was in 2013. So I guess I can, is there a way to, oh, wait a minute. There we go, all right. Is it on both screens? Yes, okay. This was the first survey that was conducted in 2013. So basically we just set that as our 0 point. And whether or not we gain sand or lose sand in a particular area over time, that curve either goes down or it goes up. So in the project area, which is shown in blue, when we first started studying the area, the shoreline had pushed back considerably in the project area. There was a lot of vulnerability, but between 2013 and 2017, we didn't have a huge amount of volume loss in the project area. But then in 2017, when we constructed the project, that's this big spike up here. And since that December 2017 survey, we've measured, bits and pieces of volume being lost over time, all the way down to, this was October of 2022, and then this was January 2023. They did do a survey in October because at that point they were still anticipating constructing in the winter. So we have that data point just for the project area. But if you were to draw a line along, this slope here from the last point to the first point, that essentially represents the erosion rate that we've seen since 2017. And you can kind of see how that it's not constant. Last time we reported on this, we saw this 2020 to 2021. The rate looked like it had increased a little bit, but over the last year and a half or so, we've seen a bit of a slowdown of that rate, which is good. And then these curves down here, they're the same thing, but the green curve is south area. So prior to the project, we were gaining some sand. Right after the project, we lost a little bit, and then we had seen a bit of a buildup over time south of the project. But when I showed in that last slide that average rate of almost 25 cubic yards per foot per year, that's this steep slope here that we saw in the last monitoring period south of the project area. And then the same thing for the north. This is the rate at the project, and we've sort of consistently gained volume, as I showed on that previous slide in numbers. We've consistently gained some volume in the north part of the project area. All right, so updates on the beach nourishment construction. Everyone is fully aware of the project being delayed from 2022 to 2023. Lots of effort on the part of Drew and other staff. I'm sure you all were brought into some of those conversations, but as soon as we got word of this, the county was very supportive. Drew and our team worked very hard coordinating with Weeks, basically to identify what are all the contemplated disadvantages to the town if this project were to be delayed, and how do we ensure that Weeks Marine would be responsible for any identified damages that might come through there. So we generated like a 5-page document that in detail explains what the rules of the road are, what their responsibilities are going forward, how we would quantify these different things that they might be responsible for. And so I've got a couple of those listed up here. The contractor is to replace sand lost in the interim at no additional cost. All right, so one of the things we were concerned about is we have that design beach and we have that advanced fill. We know we've lost the advanced fill, but we shouldn't have lost any more of the design, because if they would have put advanced fill in front of that design, we would have locked that design beach in place. So our position was anything we lost out of that design, they're responsible for, because we wouldn't have otherwise done. So we went through a couple of iterations, and we came up with some calculations that we could set that number. We could fix that number just over 30,000 cubic yards. And so basically there's a 30,000 cubic yard credit or additional sand that you all will get at Weeks Marine's cost. And then once we've established that template, any additional erosion that might happen to the dune, so we have this survey in January, any additional losses that occur to the dune between that survey they conducted in January and when they actually start construction, that would also be paid for by Weeks Marine. We have a way of quantifying that volume. You all would get that volume too. So if a big storm comes up prior to them constructing, there's ways to quantify additional sand that they may be on the hook for. Some other things that they're responsible for, basically all the additional fees that we could clearly identify. Those would be engineering fees, our fees, legal fees, sea turtle monitoring that may need to be done, interest on the loan that you guys are paying. I mean, there was a long list of things that were identified, and they've agreed to all those conditions. And then we also, they agreed to that they would actually pay the greater of either liquidated damages that would occur from January 1st on because of this delay, or these identified actual expenses. So whichever of those sums is greater, that's what Weeks Marine is responsible for. So everything's very clear in that document as to how that's going to be handled. And then that second to last bullet, the contractors to conduct a new pre-construction condition survey. I mentioned that was done in January. That's the results that I had just shown. And since we got that data, we've been in the process of redesigning the construction template. So we knew that we had 494,000 cubic yards, which was budgeted for. We were going to place that in certain areas. Now we have this additional 30,000 cubic yards. What to do with that. And that's what I want to spend a few minutes talking to you all about, some of our recommendations on how we might handle that 30,000 cubic yards. So previously, we had talked about once we established this design template of where the sand would go, when we went through the bidding process, the bids came in a little bit low, and we were able to actually add about 70,000 or 69,000 cubic yards of sand. Because of the design analysis that we had done, we had recommended that material be placed in the central portion of the project. So that's what this graphic is showing there. Let me see here. All right. And so everything that we've done up until this point in time for this upcoming construction project, unlike the 2017 project where we built the dunes and we built this dry, flat sand beach. The 2022 project, which is now 2023, was slated to simply be a flat, dry sand beach. We weren't going to put any additional material up in the dunes for this project. And so this is kind of a shot of what that would look like. The flat sand beach ties into the plus 6 foot contour, which is probably a little bit lower than where the toe of the dune was. If you walked out on the beach this morning and just went to the bottom of the dune, that's probably at like plus 10, so maybe you go down a little bit further, and that's where that flat, dry sand beach would tie in. This is a good shot of construction down in Kildable Hills last summer, kind of showing what their beach looked like. Their beach was built the same way. No dunes this go round for 2022, but this dry, flat sand beach ties into the plus 6 foot contour. That's what this dotted line is. And then once it gets closer to the ocean, it hits a specific point and it slopes down on a given slope into the water until it hits the existing grade. All right, so that's that template that we were showing. So coming back to this graphic, as we mentioned before, we've got this design beach and this advanced fill. And I talked earlier about the fact that we've lost all of the advanced fill, but we've also in portions lost some of that design beach. And so originally, with the amount of volume that we had, the proposal was simply to just put all of the sand back on the dry sand beach. We were going to put sand fencing at the base of the dunes to catch some additional sand, and we would get a little bit of a buildup in the dunes. With this additional 30,000 cubic yards, one of the things that we're recommending is that we take a specific area that is from, let me see here, about C-Turn Drive, C-Turn Drive south, so that's station D13 is what we call it, but it's around C-Turn Drive. So everything from C-Turn Drive south to the end of the project, that we would take that 30,000 cubic yards that Weeks Marine has given, and we would actually add some sand to the dune in those areas. And so I'm interested in getting a little bit of feedback from you all. There is, there's a kind of a thought process that the further you put this sand back on the template, the longer it will last. And knowing that we have lost parts of that design beach, we feel like there is a benefit of placing that sand in the dune. Now, we also know that that makes the project a little bit more of a disturbance for the property owners and folks that are here. In the past, at night, they would kind of push those dunes up, and then during the daytime, they would concentrate on the bottom slope. Basically, I've got a couple of slides of what this would look like. So we would still have the majority of the sand going in this flat sand beach, but along most of that area from C-Turn Drive to the north end of the FRF property, we would have a dune built up to plus 15 feet. It would have about a 10-foot wide crest on the top of it, and then it would slope down on a 1-on-3 slope, which is actually a little bit steeper than the dune. Those of you that remember what that dune looked like when it was built back in 2017, it was built on a 1-on-5 slope. This is proposed on a 1-on-3, which is a little bit steeper, and that's because of some of the turtle nesting concerns that the agencies have pushed onto us. But the proposal would be along most of that area to build this dune up to 15, give it a flat 10-foot top, which helps with the constructability. There is one area around North Snow Geese, basically from North Snow Geese, the entire Snow Geese section, from South Snow Geese to North Snow Geese, where the dune is, where more sand has been lost out of that particular dune. And there, we may actually be able to build that up to a plus 20-foot elevation, still do that 10-foot wide. But this is a way of taking some of that sand that's been, credited back from Weeks Marine because of the delay, and actually augment the conditions of the dune now, building up some of that dune. If that's not something that, that council feels is advisable, or staff feels is advisable, we can take that 30,000 and respread it. Basically, we would push that berm template out a little bit further. But this is one proposed recommendation that we have in terms of using this additional volume. All right, almost finished up. We've also shown this particular graphic a couple of times over the last few years, especially when we were talking about different designs for the 2022 project and how much volume was needed. So what I'm showing here is the blue line is that same curve that I had shown on the previous slide. Essentially, we start at 0 in 2013 and we track the cumulative change in the volume over time. And so the red dashed line basically shows what the anticipated what the anticipated 2022 project was going to do. So the last time I was here, we had data for 2021. We had projected that we would lose a certain amount of volume by April of last year, when the project was supposed to occur. And then we would add the 494,000 cubic yards to get up to this point. And then over the course of 5 years, we projected the rate of loss based on what we had observed up to this point in time. And we would end up in 2027 somewhere around this point based on those volume change trends that we've seen before, okay? What these horizontal lines show is that originally that design volume would have kept you above this upper dark line. And when we show that slide that shows design and advanced fill, essentially what we were looking for is the design fill would have got us to here, the advanced fill would have been this extra fill, and over time we would have lost at a lower rate and stayed above this design volume. Because of the length of the project and some of the things that we've seen in the project that we're working on this 2023 project to try to improve, we are now projecting a larger loss of volume over time. But essentially, where we were last year this time, the construction of this project would have gotten us to a point here where we were, instead of being up at this number, which is close to 600,000 volume, we would have been down closer to a number that's around 475,000 cubic yards. I'm sorry, this number here, the total volume, is almost 800,000. So to hit that number, our cumulative volume needs to be 800,000 cubic yards, where we would have been after the 2022 project and 5 years of nourishment would have put us closer to 475 cubic yards. So there's still design fill out there. It's just not as much quantity as what was originally anticipated. So the green line basically resets everything because of what's happened with this delay. So now we, instead of projecting these losses over the course of a year, we have actual losses measured over the course of about a year and a half. So now we start with this January 2023 data, and we add the 496 cubic yards of sand that's budgeted, plus this additional 30,000 that Weeks Marine is providing at their cost. And if we use those same reductions, or that same rate over time, now we're really only going 4 years, because Duck is a year behind where the other two towns are. So the amount of sand that we're putting out on the beach now only has to last 4 years. It doesn't have to last 5 years. So at the end of that cycle, we actually end up, instead of down here around 475,000 cubic yards, now the projections show we're going to end up closer to 600,000 cubic yards. So it's a little bit of, making lemonade out of the lemons that we were dealt with, with the delay. But there is a bit of a silver lining to some of this delay and some of the additional sand that's being added. All right, 2 more summary slides I think I've got. So looking ahead, after the construction, we will go through and we will update the town's beach maintenance plan. This is something that's been in place since 2017. We've already updated that beach maintenance plan for the town of Kildare Hills and the town of Kitty Hawk, who are completely done. But one of the things that we did when we went through those numbers for those 2 towns is we looked at if in the future, in 2027, you could build a project that extended your renourishment interval from 5 years to 6 years or 7 years, the amount of money that you guys have to stack away each year would actually be reduced if you could spread these events out over 6 and 7 years. Now, you would have to put a little bit more sand out there to last 6 years and 7 years instead of 5. But when you figure in the mobilization costs and so forth, you actually can get a reduction of cost over time. So we've gone through some drills of trying to figure out and quantify what those numbers are. So this first 2 bullets up here, I'm showing 2 numbers, all right? One of them would be constructing the project in 2027 with 5 years of advanced fill only. So we're using, from the engineering report, this rate of losing about 12 cubic yards per foot per year along the project area. If we stay with that rate, if that rate holds up, in 2027, just to hold the line of where we will be after this project is done, you would need about 500,600 cubic yards of sand to hold that line. When we factor in all the other costs, inflation, increases in sand costs and so forth, we're looking at a cost of around $9.4 million for that project in 2027. If we, in 2027, decide that we're going to reset the baseline and go all the way to that upper line that I showed on that last graphic to try to get us back to the original design, it would require a little bit more sand than that 500,600. I don't have that specific number in front of me, but I think it would require about 200,000 cubic yards more. But, oh, there it is, the 705,200. Thank you. So that second bullet says if we try to get back to the original design in 2027, it would take almost $13 million for that project to be constructed. And then we got into this idea of what if we added, instead of 5 years of advanced fill, what if we add 6 years? What if we add 7 years? And that's what those last 3 bullets show. They're all based on that $13 million, $12.9 million number. But if you were to build for 6 years, you could essentially save $200,000 per year. And if we built for 7 years, you could save $400,000 a year over that given period of time. Now, this is just kind of informational. This is a good time to start thinking of this. It'll be in the beach maintenance plan. No decisions probably have to be made for at least another year or two in terms of what we're actually going to shoot for there. But this is some good visibility in some of the things that could be considered to try to drive down the costs over time. That said, the erosion rate in Duck has been historically higher than the erosion rate we saw in Southern Shores, Kildable Hills, and Kitty Hawk. So is it possible to put enough sand out there to get efficiencies with this 6 and 7 year model in Duck? The jury is still out on that. However, if you looked in the paper yesterday, you see that your friends to the north right now are now starting to talk about beach nourishment as well. So if there is another community that's looking at placing sand onto the beach, it may not only be a matter of lining up projects with what Kildable Hills and Kitty Hawk and Southern Shores are. There may be other folks that we can line these projects with and still try to take advantage of some of that mobilization. So lots of things. This is all informational purposes. Like I said, you got plenty of time to digest this. Lots of variables that need to unfold, but some things to think about looking forward. And then finally, again, after construction, we will continue this annual monitoring, not only in the project area, but along the entire town. That survey will occur within 2 weeks of Weeks Marine finishing placing sand. So they're slated to try to finish this sand sometime in May, this placement. Within 2 weeks of them finishing, we'll have the entire town surveyed, and we'll start updating these rates. One of the things that we would recommend doing is that we would probably say we should update that storm vulnerability analysis that we've done in the past. That's that S-Beach model that I've talked about a couple of times before. Basically, you're taking the conditions of the beach profile and you're simulating a storm, what that would do, what kind of impacts it would have to certain, to oceanfront houses. The last time that analysis was done was in 2019. So if we get that new data in 2023, it might be advisable to go ahead and rerun that so we kind of have a baseline of what those vulnerabilities look south of the project area and north of the project area. And then finally, the map there on the left-hand side shows some work that we are doing under a contract with Dare County. There was some discussion last year, state of North Carolina had some money available for beach nourishment. The year before, you all received about $1.6 million in grant funding from the state that's helping to pay for this project. But they put another request for, need for grant funding out last summer. And since these projects were all set, we weren't sure about asking for additional beach nourishment money. But we started talking to them about these future sand resources and how they are a finite resource. We've got material out there in that borrow area, probably enough for one more event. But at some point in time, we're going to need more sand to sustain these programs. And if we could find something that was closer to Duck, that would bring your costs down as well. So we started talking, the state was okay with submitting this grant. So we put this grant application in, came up with a round number of over 2 years, we would spend $2 million on this offshore regional sand resource investigation, which would look at all of those areas outlined in black. So, the green area to the south, that's the current borrow area. The surveys that were done back in 2014 to identify that was a little bit bigger than that green area. And then the other green area shown on that map is the borrow site that was used for the first Duck project. So we investigated another area here and another area out here in 2014. But we're looking at much larger areas now for basically to try to identify sand for 30 years worth of need for these projects. So the county agreed to commit $1 million from the Beach Nourishment Fund that the county has. The state did match that with $1 million of state funding. So now we've got this contract in place that over the course of this summer and next summer, we will look at identifying these sand resources. So we'll keep everybody posted on the progress with that. This is just kind of a summary slide. I think I've talked about just about everything on there. I think I was trying to set the table for Grace and Peter on that last bullet. The continued coordination with Project Vesta as a pilot project. I know they're going to talk a lot about the latest updates on that project, but that's certainly something to consider when we're looking for offshore sand resources, to see how that research plays out and whether or not that's something that could provide a future benefit to the project as well. So I think I'll leave these bullets up here and be happy to take any questions from council.
Ken, I have one. You showed the current south of the project area going down significantly. Is that a concern? I know you're going to go out and measure that again, but should we start getting concerned about additional beach nourishment south of the project?
I think the last time that we did that storm vulnerability assessment in 2019, there were a couple of areas that had a few more houses and a few that had a few less. So I think the net down there was about the same number of houses that were vulnerable. I think running that analysis here coming up as soon as we have this new data, that's when we should probably start talking about that. I mean, we have seen cycles. If I go back to that, well, we can kind of see it here, but you do see jumps in. Even in the project area, you do see these jumps where you get a steep loss over a period of time, and then you get some recovery and you get some loss, and then the rate evens out a little bit. And so that 2020 to 2021 period, we did see higher rates in other areas. My guess is that rate has slowed down a little bit over the last year and a half, but we want to have that May data, and then running that storm simulation would really give us resolution on how much concern we should have.
So Ken, when we lose sand, where is it going? Is it going north? Is it going south? Is it going back out? Or what's happening to it?
Yes. It really is. So two things I'll say about that. Primarily, the loss of sand is laterally. We're losing it to the north and we're losing it to the south. And we talk about net transport, which is basically just on the days we move it south, on the days we move it north, what is the net over time? How much sand is truly being lost to the system? But more and more, as we look at this beach profile data, and we're looking at data south of here, we did that study up in Currituck County over the last couple of years, looking at data out there. We talk a lot about this depth of closure, that you can identify a depth of water, and typically you don't move a whole lot of sand beyond that, and you don't gain a whole lot of sand from beyond that. The more and more we look at this data, the more that model seems to have flaws in it. There are periods of time where when you have a higher wave climate, you can clearly see losses that aren't accounted for simply by north and south transport. And over time, if you have a relatively quiet period, you can see some gains from depths that you wouldn't have expected gains. We saw a lot of that over the last 2 years up in Currituck County, where the amount of volume we've shown that they've actually gained cumulatively along their entire 23-mile shoreline is far greater than what we think could be coming from south or from north. And so when we look at that offshore data, we do see some of that coming in. So it's an extremely complicated system. I think that one of the reasons why the field research facility is so interested in the Vesta project is because even the best scientists with the greatest toys in the world still haven't solved exactly how this works. And I think, having that kind of pilot project out there is going to help them get some resolution on some things that are occurring here too. Yes.
Couple of things. I know that it was interesting to me as we had the other projects, and you've answered this question before, that Kill Devil Hills and Kitty Hawk in particular, since they've had the 5-year span, and Southern Shores just started theirs. They were really meeting the models that you had, we were losing faster than the models, and I get it. We look a little different, just from looking at it. We have higher dunes, and I don't know if there was that ancient riverbed from the dinosaur age that we've talked about before. And I guess maybe one of my questions is, would depth have something to do with that out in the ocean in terms of the volatility? Since we do just deal with the near shore, situation, are we looking at more depth happening off of our area? Does it drop off farther? So that's why some of the waves are more volatile? That's one question I have.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the depth contours out there in terms of, where the 20-foot contour would be compared to where it might be off southern shores, I don't have great resolution of specifically that answer. I would say that primarily the reason that we believe we saw higher erosion rates on the project is because, obviously it's shorter than the other projects, but it was, the fill density was much greater. I think the fill density for the Duck project, when we talk about this cubic yards per foot, it was, it might have been like something close to 130 cubic yards per linear foot, whereas the Kitty Hawk project, I think, was closer to 90, and the Kill Devil Hills project might have been closer to 60. So they were significantly less, less wide. And so basically, there's a principle in play that if you create this bump in the shoreline, the further out you create that bump, the faster nature is trying to peel that back and make that shoreline straight again. And that's why I was saying it is a consideration when we think about going to 6 years and 7 years, because at some point in time, you push this hump so far out into the ocean that you're losing it faster than whatever you're gaining over a period of time. And so that's part of that optimization of like, what's the sweet spot in these renourishment intervals? You don't want to put so much material out there that you're just losing it because of end losses.
But on that note, we might have to go with a cycle that is for our southern neighbors who are trying to save that money, but we wouldn't go it alone. I mean, we would always go
Correct.
with somebody. Maybe we would get an advantage if Currituck decides to do something, but we kind of have to marry up with whatever their cycle is, I would guess. I mean, I can't imagine us mobilizing a project without getting some, getting that benefit of working with other towns.
Correct. Yeah, and there may be, we're always looking for ways of getting creative and trying to see what sort of entices the construction, industry into doing certain things that might bring down prices. And that's constantly changing based on their market and their equipment. But, when they had to demobilize temporarily, they kept a lot of the pipe and a lot of the heavy equipment, here in Dare County. It's not on the beach anymore, but it's here in Dare County. It's local. So they're not, shipping stuff off to Louisiana, bringing it all the way back. And, it's possible the Corps has looked at multi-year projects in the past where, maybe you lump them all together and you say, you've got 2 years of construction, 2026 and 2027 or 27 and 28 or something like that, to where you're still kind of lumping it together and you're trying to entice them a little bit. I mean, the dredges, they're constantly going back and forth up to Norfolk, and the project that delayed this project was one where the dredge had to go up to Norfolk and work. So it's no different to them than a weather delay. They're trying to keep their crews working, and when they're done with that project, they come back here just like they were down for weather or fuel or something like that. So I think those are things that need to be thought about.
Well, and my one last question that I can think of right off the bat is when you talked about the fact that we did, I think it was $9 million worth, I mean, the 9 and the 12 numbers, the
Yep.
numbers about, maybe considering going with the higher number next time to get back to the design volume.
Right.
Here. That's seems like a balance too. I mean, yes, we only have a certain amount of money, and so that's where we put it all out there as much as we had.
Right.
But there's advantages to getting back to the design beach, although now if we, it seems like it's a balance that we have to figure out.
Very much.
Obviously the money factor, but do we want to dump it all out there and get to the design volume? Is that going to maybe give us a slower slope?
Right.
That's.
If it's eroding faster when you put that out there, right, it is about finding that sweet spot. So.
We're a little unique, unfortunately. We're not
Yeah.
perfect.
But we
with the
have
models.
seen some gains to the north. So if that project to the north, or if that area to the north is building up a little bit over time, then, that discrepancy of the project area getting pushed out and where we are north of there, building out a little bit, maybe that differential isn't quite as big. Maybe we don't see as many end losses there. I mean, projects that have been around for, 25, 30 years, there is stabilization of the whole system over time where they see these erosion rates come down the system starts to react to the different grain sizes because you're pulling sand from the ocean and putting it up there. And the beach does change over time, and eventually it reaches a bit more of an equilibrium state after maybe 2 cycles or 3 cycles, where, you know, historically you do see these rates coming down a little bit. So that's yet to be determined. There are a lot of things that we still need to keep an eye on.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Ken, if we go from a 5-year plan to a 7-year plan, there's a $400,000 savings approximately.
Per year. So the amount that you would have to budget on a yearly basis to continue the project into the future.
How much would I assume if you go to a 7-year program, there's going to be a greater volume of sand that gets put down. So what is the difference between the two, cost-wise?
I'm sorry?
The cost.
Where do you get the cost savings? Yeah, the cost savings really is in some of the efficiencies that you do with only having, you know, with the permitting, spreading that cost out over 7 years. But a lot of it has to do with that mobilization cost and spreading that out over a period of time. So all of those cost savings do take into account, you know, there's a whole spreadsheet set up, and it has the volume we would need in 27 to do 5 years, the volume for 6, the volume for 7. And then we just take that out to what's the total project cost and divide it by the number of years to see what that annual cost is, which is how we're trying to compare apples and apples. But it is mostly with that mobilization cost.
Can I just have one last question? So you mentioned that at some point in time, you've seen in these projects stabilization of the beaches. Do we know, is that mostly mainland, or are there barrier island analogs for that too? Or, you know, are we different because we're not the mainland, or?
Right. No, I think we've seen that principle play out in multiple different environments. It's just like in general, what happens before these beach nourishment projects go in, especially on developed coasts, is you have a period of time prior to these beach nourishment projects where folks are trying to do a lot of things to sort of hold the line in the sand, to protect roads, to protect, you know, houses and so forth. And so you're almost getting this, not only is the beach eroded, but the offshore area is starting to stack up a little bit steeper. It's getting more and more eroded. And so as you're adding the sand over time and it's kind of filling out all the way out to the depth of closure, that's when you see not necessarily stabilization to where you're not eroding anymore, but that those erosion rates are less than what you see in the initial, you know, construction of the project. And that's really what we're looking for, that reduction in the rate.
Your cost estimates, Ken, those are gross estimates, correct? I mean, we don't know in the future from the standpoint of FEMA reimbursement, state reimbursement.
Correct. That's total project cost,
So-
right.
Thank you.
Oh, I had another question too. The big borough areas that we're now using that grant money and Dare County money to study, which that's encouraging, because I knew I was getting, and I'm not even a scientist, and I've been worried about running out of sand for,
Right.
you know, a while. Is Currituck involved in that study, and would they tap into that as well? Or is that sort of like, hey, everybody, here's where the sand is, and
Sure.
everybody have at it?
So last summer when we were formulating this plan and putting together the grant application, we brought Currituck County and their staff into these discussions and said, is this something you're interested in? At that point in time, they didn't have the final results of, you know, the 3-year study. The county commissioners had not taken any official position on beach nourishment or anything like that. So for them to say we would match some money for a project that we haven't even told anybody we're thinking about, like it is just, they couldn't do it at that point in time. But you know, we've kept them up to date. I mean, I was up there a couple of weeks ago giving a briefing on that report, and we've mentioned this study that it's something that they should continue to coordinate with Dare County on. Maybe they're not a participant in this upcoming year, but if there are deposits of sand that are found, you know, further up there near Corolla, and it is something that, you know, they think they would need in the future, they could certainly tag team off of the investigations that will occur next year, which is really going to get into This year, we're going to do a few lines, we call them reconnaissance lines, a few geophysical lines where we're imaging the sub-bottom and the seafloor through all of those boxes. And we're kind of running over the high points, trying to get a feel for the types of sand. And then we'll come back and we'll take some cores, some vibrocores, to actually see what that material looks like. In year 2, we have to take that data and figure out, okay, well, this particular area shows a lot of promise. We think that we could design it into a borrow area, and it will have immediate benefit to the town of Duck, or it will have immediate benefit to Southern Shores. I think when we have those results from year 1, Currituck County will be included in those discussions. And if there are areas we think are promising that might benefit them, if they want to make that into a future permitted borrow site, that would be where they may come in. But all of those, what we call design level investigations will occur next year in 2024.
And, I mean, not to get into talking about the study too much, but with all the area that we studied before, the original smaller boxes, I guess, or maybe, and then we only ended up with the little green areas that we see here. Was that really just for sand quality, or was it because there was just a whole lot of debris out there and, don't touch any subaquatic,
Environmental concerns.
right,
and stuff,
environmental, and then those buried ships and everything
Sure.
else that got in the way?
Yeah, so in 2019, 20, something like that, 2019, 2020, we did do another reconnaissance survey that covered kind of the area from, if you were to draw a line through here and then draw a line here, we investigated the area that's inshore of this box, so it kind of straddled this blue line, which is the dividing line between the federal and state. We did survey an area in here. We ran some of those reconnaissance geophysical lines, and we took some cores. And there are definitely deposits of sediment, but the sediment is fairly dark, and it's got a higher concentration of silt or fine-grained material than what the state sediment criteria would allow you to place on the beach. And so there is sediment out there, but it's not what we would call beach compatible. It's finer grain than what we're putting on the beach now. And so that's an area where historically there's a lot of evidence of these river channels sort of being exposed out there and being covered and uncovered. And I think when they're exposed, a lot of that mud gets resuspended, and it's just been reworked into the sand in that area, and that's why it has a higher silt content. But we're hoping that as we get further offshore of that channel, and as we get north of that channel, that we see better quality sand, similar to what we've used in the past. Yes?
This surveys you're doing now for the sand, that Dare County can't lay claim to that. Currituck could come in and take out that borough area.
That's a good point. So Dare County is doing it in cooperation with the 4 towns. But yes, anyone that puts the effort into identifying these, and even if you were to go to the level of design and you had specifically designed and permitted borrow areas, it doesn't preclude another entity to go in there and design and claim it as a borrow site for them. So just because it's off of Duck doesn't mean it's Duck sand. Just because it's off of Corolla doesn't mean it's Corolla sand, and so forth. There's actually a case over the last couple of years down in the south part of the state in Brunswick County where 2 adjacent communities permitted a borrow site that overlapped. Parts of it actually did overlap, and I don't think that the regulatory agencies completely understood it until they had issued one permit and they were about to issue the other one. And so I think that's another box that they check as they go through their review process to make sure that there aren't these use conflicts, and if there are, how do you resolve those earlier on in the stage? That's a good question.
Lots to consider.
Well, thank you, Ken, as always.
Did you need direction from the council on that 30,000 cubic yards, or will council just let staff work with CPE?
I'm in favor of whatever you think. I think the going on the dunes makes sense if that's what you recommend. I don't know how everybody else.
That's, and I did talk to Ms. Cross too, and that's staff's recommendation is that we put it back up on the dunes.
Yeah.
Unless you all have other guidance.
Yeah, I think there's pretty bright consensus of council.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't want Ken to leave until we heard that from y'all. Thank you.
Good call.
Perfect. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Ken. Our next presentation is going to be a VESTA update from Dr. Grace Andrews. While you're waiting, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much for having me. Dr. Grace Andrews. I also want to introduce, I've got some of my other team members here. Peter and Lee, you could wave your hands. So thank you so much for having us. I'm going to give you an update on a few things, just to refresh your memories about who I am. It's been a year since we last talked. An update on the plans for the proposed project that VESTA is working on in the nearshore waters here.
Can you speak
and
into
then-
the microphone just a little more?
Yep. Thank you. Good one. I'll start again. So the three things I wanted to spend some time talking about, just a recap of who I am and what our goals here are. An update on how things have been going with our proposed pilot, and then just spend some time talking about the safety of what we're doing. That's a question that folks always want to ask, so I thought we'd just talk about it straight off the bat. So start with just a reminder who VESTA is. So we are a public benefit corporation that's basically interested in developing a strategy that adds sand to coastal systems that also has the benefit of taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, in turn mitigating climate change, but also reducing ocean acidification. So this is something that also is a major threat to fisheries, for example. So we see this as a strategy that has a lot of dual benefits and can significantly improve the economics and environments that we find here on the coast that are suffering from multiple detrimental effects of climate change. So again, just to remind ourselves a little bit about climate change, generally speaking, climate change, we've added a lot of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. We have to reduce emissions to mitigate the climate change. But importantly, at this point, it's a scientific consensus that we also have to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere in order to prevent the worst outcomes associated with climate change in the coming decades. So this is, again, just a central tenet of what VESTA is working on. I want to highlight just a little bit of background again to demonstrate how globally people are thinking about this. So the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine issued a report about a little over a year ago talking about the kind of strategies that VESTA is developing, quoting that field trials of these strategies are urgently needed, and actually cited VESTA by name for the work that we're doing. NOAA, again, that's National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. They also, about a month ago, issued a white paper on this topic as well, again, reviewing a variety of the sort of carbon dioxide removal strategies and highlighting the one that VESTA is working on as one of the ones with the greatest potential. So this is something that is really being talked about at all levels, and the world is calling for this kind of work. So VESTA, again, just a little overview of our timeline here. So again, we formed in 2019 to continue the work that started in academia back in the 1990s. We were really focused on trying to deliver the sorts of field trials that, as I said, these major organizations have cited are calling for. So between 2020 and 2021, we started looking for places that would be exceptional locations for this sort of work. We looked at sites in the Dominican Republic, Southampton, New York, and of course here in Duck, North Carolina, with arguably the best studied coastline in the world. 2022 was a big year for us. So we successfully completed the permit application for the New York project, getting state, local, and federal permits for that project and deployed that in July of 2022. We submitted the permit for the Duck project also in July of 2022. And we decided to not move forward and not apply for the permit for the project site in the Dominican Republic. After thorough scientific review, we decided that that particular site just didn't meet the scientific needs for what we're trying to do. So we focused our attention on the locations here in the US. So that's just a quick overview. Now, to talk pretty specifically about Duck, this is the project timeline. So we first started speaking with you all back in 2021. We've been going through the process, meeting with the regulatory agencies since then. As I said, we submitted that permit application in July of 2022. We have been coming to Duck. I think you guys are probably aware, we hosted a town hall here in Duck in November to try and get information out to the residents. I want to highlight a few things for 2023. We are still anticipating a deployment date of about June 1st. I'm highlighting this specifically to, of course, keep you guys aware, but also to highlight that we are working with CPE. We are aware of the fact that your guys' project has been moved to the spring of 2023 as well. The two projects, in terms of their timelines, again, your project is slated to wrap about the second week of May, so this would occur after the close of your project. But we are working with CPE and Weeks as well to make sure that even if there was overlap in timing there, the two projects could be deployed at the same time. There would not be a conflict. So just highlighting that our proposed project, it does not cause would not have any negative impacts for your project, even with the delayed timeline. I also want to highlight, so we're currently in the planning process for another community open house event here in Duck. So I don't have an exact date for that yet, but we're in the planning, and we're envisioning, we're working on a plan to do something that, again, welcomes community members in to learn more about the project, ask their questions, become more informed. So those are some of the things we have on the horizon. The proposed action here, so we are looking to place the number that we have. Well, I'll backtrack. So in our permit application, we submitted the permit application for up to 20,000 cubic yards of olivine sand as a nearshore berm. We have worked with the regulatory agencies since submitting that permit application and have agreed in collaboration and in discussion with them that to limit that placement size to 7,000 cubic yards. So that is now the maximum potential volume. And as I said, that's been discussed in collaboration with the regulatory agencies. So this would be a nearshore placement, 15,000 feet offshore in about 25 feet of water. So that is at and around the depth of closure for this system. I'm showing you here a map. The green area is the link that is the project site for your 2023 project. The black box in this image is the permitting corridor that we submitted in our permit application. That's a 76-acre box that we submitted to give us some wiggle room when working with contractors to find the sort of exact place within that box that would be appropriate for this deployment. The red box that I'm showing you there is the actual project footprint and its planned location to date. So the red box is a 6-acre box that's 900 feet by 300 feet. That would be the project footprint. And its location, as I said, it's that particular location has been selected both for our purposes, but in coordination with CPE based on your project as well. So that placement location would be just south of the pipeline that would be installed for your project. So again, to ensure that there wouldn't be any conflict should, for example, the two projects overlap in time. That location has been selected also to give clearance for the FRF. They've got their own monitoring initiatives out there, their own monitoring sensors and things. So this would ensure that there isn't any overlap with their projects, so hence the selection of that location. The sand would be brought in by boat and placed by boat, so there would be no impact and access through your beaches or community broadly. Any work that would happen from land, so some boats coming out, would come through the FRF. So there would be no public disturbance to your beaches, no beach closures, for example. So it wouldn't have an impact on recreation, anything like that. Because the sand would be placed offshore in about 25 feet of water, I'll show you in a second, but it has a maximum height of about 3 feet. So it would not be visible from a boat. Even if you were sitting right above it, it wouldn't be visible from land. You really wouldn't even know it's there. And I'll talk more about this, but we're currently planning to monitor the site for a minimum of 2 years, but I'll give you some more details there.
Before you change that slide, you said 15,000 feet offshore, and on the graphic it says 1,500.
Oh, sorry, yeah, 1,500, yep. Yep.
I mean, that's a significant difference, right?
That is a significant difference, yes, yeah, so 1,500. This is a diagram of that cross-shore profile, what the placement would look like. So again, showing you that it's placed at or around the depth of closure. It has a height of just about 3 feet in that 25 feet of water approximately. We have done the planning for this project through about a year's worth of sediment transport modeling. So in, again, collaboration with CPE. So really harnessing the data-rich site that is the Duck coastline, working with the sort of 30 years of data that have been generated from the FRF to understand exactly where this would go, what would happen to it when it gets placed under a variety of different storm conditions, and understanding exactly what would happen. So a big goal of our project has been to design it so that none of the sand that we place ends up on the beach. There's a variety of reasons for that, including that you need that sand to interact with water to take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, so it's good for our purposes, but it also means that there's no potential impact to key things like sea turtle nesting habitat, and it would, of course, then also not have any impact on beach aesthetics. So the project has been designed very specifically with these goals in mind. An update about where we are in the permitting process for this. So we have, of course, submitted a CAMA permit application for it. That was, again, July of 2022. We have been working through the extensive process that is this CAMA permitting application. So we're kind of right smack in the middle of it still. We have, as you do, received questions from DMF, DCM. We have received questions on the permit application from some, but not all of the resource agencies. But the questions that we have gotten about the project have largely focused on wanting to better understand our monitoring, our scientific monitoring of it. We described this in our permit application, but the resource agencies really wanted to sort of hammer in on some of the details, particularly as it pertained to key species like Atlantic sturgeon. That's one that came up a few times. So we provided and submitted to the resource agencies an extensive monitoring plan. I'll share some of those details with you folks as well. But highlighting the work that we're going to do, that we're planning to do to be mindful of things like Atlantic sturgeon. So it's actually one of the reasons why we're interested in deploying in June, is because that is outside of the key transit periods for things like Atlantic sturgeon and the North Atlantic right whale. So these are the sorts of things we spoke with the resource agencies about. They were also interested in understanding the rationale behind why we wanted to place the material, where we wanted to place it. For example, we got questions about why at the depth of closure, for example, and whether or not the sediment transport, high rates of sediment transport that you get on the Doug coastline would be problematic to the project. The sorts of answers we were able to provide to resource agencies reflected that, actually in these sorts of situations, in this case, high sediment transport actually helps the project. It helps get that sand integrated into the system. It helps improve the rates of carbon removal, and we were able to work through those sorts of explanations with the resource agencies. Other things they were curious about was just understanding the life cycle analysis of our project. So given that you have to emit CO2 to actually implement it, they wanted to better understand how this actually does net remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So we worked through that with them as well. So we've been meeting with them regularly. As recently as January, we met with representatives from DCM, DMF, and DWR. And as I said, we've submitted to them the detailed monitoring plan, which was designed to address the majority of their comments. So the monitoring plan, right. So this is a map. Again, this was submitted as part of our monitoring plan that we submitted to the resource agencies. This is a map of the project site. Again, you can see that black permitting boundary, permitting corridor for reference, but the actual red box again here is the project footprint. We have devised a monitoring plan that will encompass the study of waters, sediments, the ecology, and the hydrodynamics of the system. Our monitoring plan follows what's called a before-after control impact design, a BACI design. Basically what that means is we would start the monitoring before the project is placed to get a baseline of the project area. We would then study it after the project is placed, and we would study it both within the project footprint, but also outside of the project footprint as controls for understanding the changes, any changes that we observe. So this, it's hard to see, but this shows you exactly, where the monitoring, where we would be collecting samples from, both within and outside of the project footprint. We'll be doing this monitoring plan in collaboration with a number of local academic and research partners, and I'll highlight some of those here as well.
Just one more question.
Yep.
So you were talking about monitoring there. So what, is there any data from the Southampton project that's like 8 months old now?
Yeah, I'll get there. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So some of the partners that we have in this monitoring plan, so of course we're working with the FRF. In this past year, we, in collaboration with the FRF, received $500,000 in funding from the Army Corps Engineering with Nature program to monitor the sediment transport of the project. We've already started working with the FRF on devising the kind of monitoring techniques that would be able to track the program. So that piece of it is well underway.
Dr. Andrews?
Yep.
Why pick the site off of the Duck Beach? Why not off the Corps property? In the fact that you're partnering with them.
What's that?
In that you're partnering with the Corps, why not on their, off
Yeah.
their beach versus off the Duck Beach?
Yeah, the primary reason is that right offshore the FRF property, they have a number of long-term monitoring initiatives and monitoring stations that are deployed that would be negatively impacted by adding sand on top of it. And so as not to disrupt their long-term monitoring initiatives, which are what we, CP, et cetera, all of the, it's the backbone of understanding sediment transport for the Outer Banks coastline in general. So it would be disruptive to their research initiatives, but also the data sets that are underpinning the kind of work that CP is doing for you guys as well. So. So we're also working, we've built collaborations with a number of researchers from the Coastal Studies Institute nearby to look at the any potential ecological impacts of the project. So our research here will be focused on investigating the benthic infauna. Those are your clams, your worms, those sorts of things, their community structure and diversity. We'll also be looking at the benthic mobile fauna. So these are the crabs and things that can move around. Again, focusing on documenting their community structure and diversity by doing seasonal surveys. So over the course of the monitoring program. So coming out about 4 times a year to collect the samples, to document changes, any changes potentially in these communities over both the short and long timescales. We've also established a collaboration with scientists at UNC Wilmington. This is to really focus on any potential impacts to organisms at the base of the food chain, right? So these are your phytoplankton, zooplankton, again, their community structure, their diversity, as well as zooplankton recruitment. So again, one of the fundamental tenets here is that by very carefully monitoring the organisms at the base of the food chain, these guys, but as well as the critters living in and around the sand, you can start to make any inferences about whether or not you would see impact at the higher trophic levels that are, harder to document in a field setting. So the larger megafauna, for example. And then the last piece that we've already kicked off is in preparation for the project, working on developing the hardware needs that would be necessary to actually document, in this case, the carbon removal of the site. So it is a challenging environment to work in, but thankfully, as I said, we've got the collaboration with the FRF and the use of their, world-class infrastructure to help make this monitoring program successful. Okay, and I'll talk a little bit now just sort of broadly about safety, and I'll show you guys some of the work from the New York site, as that was already brought up. So in general, this is a slide that actually we walked through with regulatory agencies, and so I decided to put it here as well to share with you folks. To summarize the key ideas about why we have high confidence that this is going to be entirely safe. First one is because olivine is, it is a natural mineral, not native to the beach and sand, to the beach here, but importantly, the constituents that make up olivine are all found in sand that's already here. So it's configured a little bit differently than the minerals on the beach, but what makes it up is nothing new. And what I mean by that is it is a silicate-based mineral that's just like quartz and all the other minerals you typically find on your beach. It is a magnesium silicate, so its primary structure, it's magnesium, silica, and oxygen. Magnesium is the 3rd most abundant element that you find in the ocean, right behind sodium and chloride salt, right? So there is nothing unusual or interesting about magnesium in the ocean. Olivine also has some iron and associated metals in it. I also want to highlight this because if you've ever walked down the beach in Duck and stared at the sand that you're walking on, anytime you see sort of black-colored minerals sitting on the surface, maybe you know what I mean. These are minerals that are iron oxides. They're basically pure iron, So again, these sorts of metals, the word metal can sound scary, but these kinds of iron and metals are really common in beach sand, particularly here in Duck. So olivine is similar to the sand that's already here. The other thing, the next point here is that olivine removes carbon by slowly dissolving over the course of decades, right? And so when you pair that with the residence time of water here in Duck, which is hours to days, you have this extreme mismatch in the rate at which you would be having magnesium, for example, enter the water compared to how quickly that water flushes through the system. You can do this sort of on the back of an envelope, but when you do this math, it's just not possible to move the needle on things like, the water quality when you have this mismatch in these rates. The third point here, of course, is that olivine won't migrate to the beach. We already talked about that. The last thing here is that even if none of the above were true, which they are, but even if they weren't, this project is really small. 7,000 cubic yards, right? That is 1% of the volume you guys will be adding 2 weeks prior with your own project. This is a tiny amount of sand for a really big coastal system with extremely high rates of sediment transport. Again, it just can't move the needle. And then the last one, of course, is that we have an extensive monitoring plan in place. And I'll show you some of the outcomes of that monitoring plan as we initiated something quite similar in New York. So I'll show you some of the work that we're getting back from that. This is our New York site. It's in Southampton. It's a little bit different than what we were proposing to do here. You know, we're interested in the New York site in actually integrating the olivine into the beach nourishment. They were doing a beach nourishment project, much as you guys are here. But we were actually interested in integrating the olivine into that beach nourishment project and adding to the sand volume that was being placed on the beach, adding to the sand volume that was being placed on the beach. So this was a smaller community. They had about 1,000-foot stretch of beach where they were doing, their total beach nourishment volume was 10,000 cubic yards. So a smaller total area and accordingly a smaller volume. We added 500 cubic yards of olivine sand to that beach, right, as I said, right as part of that beach nourishment project. So the olivine accounted for about 5% of the total volume. So again, this is a smaller total volume than what we're proposing here, but it made up about 5% of the total beach volume. And as I said, the volume we're proposing in Duck is a greater absolute volume, but is only about 1% of the size of your project that will be happening 2 weeks earlier. So we are monitoring that site again for about 2 years. I'm showing you a map of the project site just to highlight a few things, mostly that we're following that same backheat design before, after control impact. So again, kind of hard to see, but the purpley hatched box on there is where we place the olivine. And then we have control sites that we've been monitoring on either side of the project area, 3 different control sites that we've been monitoring since then, again, for things like water, sediments, ecology, and hydrodynamics.
But in Southampton, you're right on the beach with the sand, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. So yeah, it was placed right in the intertidal zone of the beach. And I guess, and this is a picture of what that beach looks like. So this is when you have 5% of the olivine integrated into the beach. And we've had questions about, is the beach going to be green here in Duck? Again, this is what 5% of an olivine beach looks like. It's not a green beach.
Could I just ask a quick question about that?
Of course.
The fact that you place it on the beach rather than in the water.
Yeah.
I think you touched on that in your presentation last time you were here, but
Yeah.
don't you want it to be in the water?
Yeah.
And so why did you do that?
Yeah, so we placed it in the intertidal zone to try and find that sweet spot between frequent, daily wetting. So part of it would always be in contact with the water, but even that which would be slightly above the high tide line would still have, it's not like the sand goes completely dry right at that high tide line, right? So you still have that moisture that sort of surrounds it 24 hours a day. We're interested, of course, in developing strategies that can contribute to coastal protection, but also meet these climate goals. And so, this was a pilot of that fundamental idea about whether or not we can contribute to a beach nourishment project while still having that carbon removal. So it's about finding the sweet spot between the multiple goals that we have as an organization. The water, so this is some data on water quality. Again, I apologize that this is so hard to read, but the top graph shows you concentrations of something called chlorophyll A over about 5 months. The second one is pH, and the one below that is dissolved oxygen. Our project site are the figures in green. The red and the blue are monitoring data from USGS-operated monitoring stations elsewhere in the bay. So they're similar but slightly different, but they're the best thing out there for us to be able to compare our data sets to. I showed some of this, a little bit of this data the last time I was here, but again, this is the more extensive data set. And for reference, I should say chlorophyll A is a way of tracking algae. So one thing people are just cognizant of when it comes to water quality is algae. Generally speaking, you don't want algae blooms, that kind of thing. And so this is showing that chlorophyll A, pH, and dissolved oxygen data before the project started. The project is then placed, that's the yellow bar down the center, and then 5 months of monitoring subsequent to that. And, there's seasonal variation in all these things, but, generally speaking, we didn't see any impact during the project deployment or afterwards. This is some of the ecology data that we've gotten from the site. So here I'm showing you in green is the olivine site. The three other colors, white, gray, and yellow, those are our 3 control sites. So again, on either side of the olivine deployment. These are plots of abundance, so number of species that you find in a per square foot per area. That's the one on the left, and on the right is species richness. That tells you about the diversity of species that you find at the site. And so May and June are both before the deployment, and then the August data is 2 months after the deployment. And what you see here is, again, there's seasonal variation, right, from May to June. Both of that was before the deployment, but you can see in richness, you get big natural variations. So importantly, to focus on here is 2 months post-deployment in the olivine-treated area, there was no statistically significant difference in either abundance or diversity of species that you find at the site relative to the control sites on either side. So that tells us a few things, that the olivine didn't have a negative impact on those things, but also, this was also beach nourishment. And generally speaking, beach nourishments, be it olivine or not, can impact the abundance of species because critters can tend to get buried, right? So this also just tells us that the site recovered very rapidly, a 2-month timeline. So that's a great outcome from a variety of viewpoints. We also, at this site, did an experiment with oysters. So oysters are an interesting species. Again, they're important for fisheries, but they're also, they're really the canary in the coal mine for things like water quality and pollution, particularly as it pertains to trace metals. So they're basically known as the world's greatest accumulator of trace metals. And so we did, this site doesn't have oyster beds, but we did an experiment in collaboration with Stony Brook University and the Cornell Cooperative Extension, where we placed oyster bags, again, in the olivine area, that's green, and then the 3 control sites on either side, and had placed them immediately after the deployment, and then measured them for trace metal content in the soft tissue in the months that followed. We've a bunch of data, but the ones I'm showing you here are the ones that you most commonly can find in and related to olivine. So that's things like iron, but also some of the other ones like nickel, which is associated with iron. The upshot here is, again, that there was no statistically significant difference between the oysters that were living basically in that olivine area relative to the control sites on either side. So no impact from, the iron or anything like that. And then this, of course, I'll highlight, this is some of our initial data on carbon removal at the site. Basically, I'm showing you different carbonate system parameters. I won't get into how they all work, but pH, total alkalinity, dissolved inorganic carbon, that's your CO2, for example. And what we're finding here is that the techniques that we deploy to actually monitor for carbon removal were successful in documenting that in the olivine area relative to the control, we were taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. So the project was also successful in those climate goals. That's what I've got. Thank you for your attention.
Question on the Dominican Republic project. Why did you decide to cancel that?
Yeah. Yeah, so as I said, like we did with Duck, the first step in designing our projects is to do really extensive look at the hydrodynamics of the site, sediment transport of the site, to understand if we were to place olivine, what would happen, right? And so just as we did that with Duck, again in coordination with CPE, we did the same thing with the Dominican Republic. And ultimately what we found was that the shape of the bays, these were sort of like pocket bays, so very different from the Duck coastline. But the shape of the bays at the site in the Dominican Republic made it such that the sediment transport and the behavior of the sediment there and the hydrodynamics were likely not to result in efficient carbon removal, ultimately. So you really need that sediment to be moving and exchanging the water around it, sort of recharging the water that's there to actually drive the carbon removal reaction. And if you're working in too much of a protected area, that really minimizes how much that happens. And so after we did that, that sediment transport and hydrodynamic study, we just decided that that particular location wasn't going to have the best outcomes in terms of carbon removal.
On the 2-year monitoring, you say you're going to monitor for at least 2 years. Is that because you think it's all going to dissipate in 2 years, or what makes you pinpoint that 2-year timetable?
Yeah, that's a great question. So that's based off of a review of recovery times for benthic species in this area. So different, when you do, again, any kind of beach nourishment project, olivine or not, there have been a number of studies about how quickly it takes for organisms to recover to their habitat following that beach nourishment project. For this particular area, depending on the species, that ranges anywhere from 2 years to about 1.5 years. That's your common range. So we selected a 2-year monitoring program to be sure that we could study that full recovery period for the benthic species.
Okay, so it's about the species, okay.
How much does the Corps interact with you there? That you're using their facility, so do you have a percentage that 50-50, the two of you are working together?
Yeah, well, we spent a lot of time talking to the Corps. Yeah, so our current plans for the Corps, so as I said, we've got a collaboration with them that's been funded through the Engineering with Nature program to look at sediment transport. But we're also working with them through other agreements to have that as one of our scientific home bases. So we're working with them and working up a contract, for example, to install some work trailers on the FRF property so that we have a site to store our gear and use some of the facilities they have there. We're also working with them to work with them to deploy the other aspects of our monitoring program. So they're funded to work on sediment transport with us. We're also working with them to use things like the lark and the crab to go out and deploy our buoys that monitor for water quality, for example. So it's the sediment transport, but it's also more, and we would have sort of a home base on the FRF property.
Dr. Andrews, thank you for your presentation. I think it was thorough and you covered a lot of stuff and answered a lot of questions that I had.
Thank
but I
you.
still have a couple.
Yep.
One, I'm a little confused. Is this presentation to make us comfortable about something that's going to happen, or is it seeking approval for what might happen?
So we have submitted the permit application, and we have not received it, so I can't say that it is going to happen. But this presentation is because, we want to keep you guys informed. We want your support, of course, but we want you to be aware of what we're doing, to understand what we're doing, to be able to talk to your constituents about it as well, to be able to ask your questions and hopefully get comfortable with it. Yeah.
Okay. And a couple of other questions. So, if I plant a tree, that's a good thing for helping take carbon dioxide out of the air, but no one's really going to notice. But if I plant 2 billion trees, it's going to change the trajectory immediately, okay? So where is this going on a macro level? I mean, suppose this really works. What are you going to do then?
Yeah. That's a really good question. So the way that olivine sand works in terms of carbon removal, for every ton of olivine sand that gets placed in a coastal system, you take out about a ton of carbon dioxide, a cubic yard. A cubic yard of olivine sand takes out about a ton of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So its impact on a global scale just scales up and down with how much material gets placed into the coastal environment, on a global scale. So right now, this is a strategy that, as I said, folks have been working on in academia since really the 1990s. We're on an R&D pathway that is looking at its efficiency and viability as a carbon removal strategy in a variety of different coastal environments, nearshore waters, beach nourishment, marsh restoration. These are the sorts of environments we're interested in understanding its potential in. Based on those results, we will hope to scale the projects up in terms of total volumes placed responsibly and, of course, in collaboration with local communities and other stakeholders to hopefully someday indeed have an impact on climate change in meaningful ways.
Okay. And, you've talked about some of the monitoring and what didn't happen, but when you were thinking about this, what are the other things that maybe you haven't mentioned here that in your mind say these are possible things that could go wrong and we need to guard against them? Anything else that we don't know about?
Yeah. Well, certainly for, the beach nourishment project, all of our sediment transport modeling indicated that we would place the material on the beach and it would, relatively quickly integrate into the rest of the nourishment volume and become invisible to the natural eye, to the native eye, and make up, again, just a trace component of the sand. A sediment transport model is a model, and you do have to do it in the real world to validate that model. Every time you validate it, your model gets better, but you still have to take that first step. So this was, frankly, this was an uncertainty. Will it fully homogenize into the sediment the way the models suggest that it will? We placed the sand, and due to logistics, when it was originally placed, we placed it on top of the dredge material. They placed the fill material, and then we came in afterwards with the olivine sand. And then we had to sort of sit there and monitor the hydrodynamics of the system, the wave conditions, to better understand, at what kind of wave intensity did we see that homogenization process, right? So this past summer was a drought, at least it was in New York. So we placed that material, and just transparently, it took about 8 weeks for it to fully homogenize. It took about 8 weeks for the first storm to come through and to validate that model. But for those 8 weeks, there was a green beach in New York. I'm not going to pretend like that isn't true. And so that was an uncertainty. What's the timeline? What's the time scale that this happens on? And does it happen the way that the models suggest it will? We did learn it took about 8 weeks again, and we now have documented the kinds of wave energy that it takes to drive that homogenization. You guys are the benefit of that in the sense that we now have field data indicating what kind of wave energy it takes. The kinds of wave energies that you guys have off the coast of Duck, again, that was in a bay. You are the Outer Banks. Those wave energies make up about 80% of all the waves that come through here on any given day. So it took 8 weeks to get that kind of wave energy in a bay in New York. You guys, it's about 80% of your waves on any given day.
Okay, and one last question. Do you know or do you think that placing it offshore is better than mixing it in?
Yeah, on the beach?
Yeah.
Better is a relative word. So for this system, again, we're very mindful of the fact that there are endangered species like sea turtles that nest on the beaches here. So what might be better for carbon removal could be worse for things like sea turtles. Again, one of the benefits of our project in New York is that we've been able to monitor the kinds of things that do impact sea turtle nesting habitat. So those are things like sand temperature, moisture potential. For example, when you have olivine integrated into the sediment, we've been able to monitor that on the beach in New York because they don't have sea turtles. So now we have data sets that are directly relevant should the greater we be interested on doing a beach nourishment in a place where there are sea turtles. But the benefit is that we are able to do that work someplace where there weren't sea turtles, collect the data to inform the safety profile in a place like this. So that's kind of a long-winded way of saying could be better for carbon removal potential, but there are so many other factors at play that all have to get balanced when you're designing these kinds of projects. So.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Andrews, that was a very good presentation. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
As you know, this council, we don't have no approval or disapproval in this whole process. I think when you first came to us for support, we were looking at additional sand on the beach. That was kind of how it was first presented to us.
Yes.
Obviously, we've gotten a lot more knowledge over the last year and a half. And I think there's still a lot of concern in the community. I think it's good you're going to have another public meeting.
Yep.
Because they don't have time to ask you questions today. But I guess I'd be curious, and I'm sure council would be, is this the extent of the pilot you're going to have in Duck, or do you have future plans to do more off the shore of Duck?
So this is the extent of our plans to do a pilot in Duck. Obviously, upon the close of this pilot project, so following the monitoring, the 2 years of monitoring, the generation of data and reports that would be made available to resource agencies, but likewise yourselves, that would be the point where we could, look together at what the data told us in terms of, safety, efficacy in terms of coastal protection. Again, that's some of the sediment transport properties and carbon removal. And if at that point, there was, interest in doing future projects, we would begin those discussions. But at this point, the extent is the pilot project.
Thank you. Well, we appreciate your presentation. We're going to take a break for 15 minutes. Will you be available for anybody out here that might want to ask questions to you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. We're going to recess
Thank you.
until
Thank you.
5 of 11.
get anything? Well, it was showing volume going up and down in a little microphone. Want to fix something? Try something? How about now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay.
Here we go again.
The next item on the agenda, driving on the beach. Drew?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it is. The council has had some discussions about how we're going to access the beach, and that led to some conversations about driving on the beach in general. We've been consistent in responding to public input about that this is something that the council would be discussing at your retreat. So to tee off the discussion, we're going to ask Hunter Braithwaite, who's been an intern with us, senior at First Flight, right? First Flight, yes, this year, and he's been interning with us, and he's looked at beach driving regulations from basically from the Virginia line to the South Carolina line. And he's going to give up, he's got a short PowerPoint presentation, and you have a table in front of you. So I'm going to turn it over to Hunter.
How do I read this on
Who's that on the screen? Oh, that's Mary. Oh, he's going to do his. He's in Florida. Oh, okay. Give him the rest.
Thank you, Drew, and I've been interning here since September of 2022. I've enjoyed it, and this is a project I've been working on for the last couple of months. So the first count is the count of yuck, and vehicles can be operated between October 1st and April 30th of each year. The speed limit is 20, and vehicles may be operated a half hour prior to sunrise to a half hour following sunset, and the town manager has the authority to close the beaches. And on your table, there's something that says MUTVs. That stands for Modified Utility Terrain Vehicle. Those are allowed in Duck, but they are not allowed in Nagseg or Currituck Hills. Nagseg, you can operate from October 1st to April 30th. The speed limit is 15. The permit fee is $50 for property owners and $100 for non-property owners. Currituck Hills is October 1st to April 30th. Driving is permitted half hour before sunrise to half hour following sunset. The speed limit is 15 and the permit fee is $25. Beach driving is prohibited in the town of Kitty Hawk, along with the town of Southern Shores. In Currituck County, this is another place where MUTVs are also allowed. Vehicles are required to use driving lanes adjacent to the dune line from 9 to 5 between beginning Friday before Memorial Day through Labor Day. The speed limit is 35, but it goes down to 15 when within 300 feet of a person. And you do need a permit to park, but you do not need a permit to drive on the beaches in Currituck County. In Cape Hatteras, driving is allowed between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. between May 1st and July 31st. Permit fee is $120 and $50 for 10 days. Between August 1st and September 30th, driving is allowed between 6:30 and 9 p.m. Between the 1st of October and the 15th of November, driving is allowed between 7 and 9 a.m., and driving is 24 hours long between the 15th and the 30th. In Cape Lookout, between the 1st and 10th, there are no vehicles allowed on Portsmouth Island or Davis Island. Between the 1st and 10th, that is when permits become available for $25. And then between the 11th and the 31st, March 11th and December 31st, vehicles are allowed to be driven on those beaches. The town of Atlantic Beach in Currituck County, driving is allowed between the 1st of October and the 15th of March, between dusk and dawn. Commercial fishermen are allowed for a year-round pass. Permit fee is $50 for Atlantic Beach residents, $75 for Carteret County residents, and $100 if you are not a resident of Carteret County. The speed limit is 20. Town of Pine Knoll Shores is only for commercial fishermen, and the speed limit is 10 miles per hour. Town of Indian Beach is allowed between September and May, between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. The mayor has the authority to close the beach. Permit fee is $30 with a 3-day fee of $10, and the speed limit is 20 miles per hour. Town of Emerald Isle has a lot of different dates and times to drive. Between the 15th of September and the 6th of November, driving is allowed between 5 a.m. and 9 p.m. Between the 6th of November to the 12th of March, driving is allowed between 5 a.m. and 7 p.m. Between the 13th of March and the 30th of April, driving is allowed 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. It is not allowed between the 1st of April and the 10th of April because of the Easter holiday. The speed limit is 20 miles per hour, and the permit fees are free for anyone 65 and over, as long as you're a resident or property owner. Under 65 is $50 for residents and property owners. Non-residents, but residents of Carteret County is $100, and non-residents $175. North Topsail Beach in Onslow County, day permits are $20, weekly permits are $100, and the beach is only open for driving for commercial fishermen. There is no joyriding allowed. Town of Surf City is also only open for fishing purposes between the 1st of October and the 15th of March. Night driving is allowed for fishing purposes. The town manager has the authority to close the beach, and annual passes are $100, weekly is $60, and daily is $20. The town of Topsail Beach is also only for fishing purposes between the 1st of October and the 15th of January. It is $100 for non-residents, $25 for residents for a season pass, and $50 for just a weekly pass. There is no beach driving in Wrightsville Beach. And in Carolina Beach, there is driving in Freeman Park only. You are not allowed to drive outside of the park. The speed limit is 15, and you must have a permit to access Freeman Park. There is no driving allowed in Cure Beach in New Hanover County. And in Fort Fisher Skate Recreational Area, beach driving is open for 24 hours between September 15th through the end of March. April 1st to August 30 to September 14th is 8 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. And in all of Brunswick County, which is just south of Wilmington, there is no beach driving allowed. And just a reminder on the Town of Yuck's policies, vehicles are allowed to be operated between October 1st and April 30th. No vehicle shall be operated at a speed in excess of 20 miles per hour. Vehicles may be operated a half hour prior to sunrise to a half hour following sunset, and no vehicle shall be operated west of the toe of the slope of the dune, and the town manager can close the beaches. So that's the end of the slideshow, and I will now take questions.
I guess it really comes back to our discussion here with council with respect to what do we want to do about street driving and what options do we have. Obviously, this came up as an issue because of the potential of Barrier Island opening up. But historically, you know, we've allowed vehicles on the beach. My own personal recollection is I don't recall seeing any vehicles on the beach other than public service vehicles on the beach. So the question really comes before us, are we overreacting to a situation that did not occur? Or in fact, do we actually need to, in fact, do anything from increased regulation, no regulation, or prohibit? So I guess it's just open for council discussion with respect to what we want to do. I think this is very good work that Hunter did from the standpoint of Bear County as well as the other beaches down south. Historically, we have people that in fact do have access to the beach today. And I think we have to take that into consideration also when we talk about what we want to do with beach driving. So I guess it's open for discussion right now with council. Any particular suggestions you have or comments you want to make on this?
I guess one thing I'd like to ask if it's open to some of the people that have private beach access now, that how are we going to stop that? How are we going to tell them they can't drive on the beach anymore?
I mean, I think practically speaking, we've seen a change over the years. I mean, this is something that the town has allowed since before we were a town. And when we became a town, we addressed it and thought there's no big issue here. There's no problem that needs to be addressed other than I think that, you know, adding the fact that the town manager had some additional authority. We've had presentations from Merrick about Merrick Dabrowski, our lifeguard, in charge of our lifeguard services, and he has said that he's seen tracks on the beach in the winter, and they're probably coming from Currituck most likely because they can come all the way down through Currituck, or they can access, I think the only place you can access is in Sound Sea Village, and Sound Sea Village has got, you know, is one of our original communities. A lot of heritage there, and they have the ability to drive on the beach. Then it got impeded by the Nourishment Project, as I recall, and there was we had said no driving on the beach if you were in the Nourish zone. If I'm correct on that. Well, remember when they wanted to be able to drive up and deliver some folks? Oh, it was after the dates had already passed. That's it. Sorry, there wasn't because it was a nourishment zone. They wanted to, folks, because the beach was so nourished, folks that had some difficulty navigating that depth of beach wanted to be able to drive up, and we said no, don't do that. You've got to only drive in these time frames. So I agree with the mayor that, you know, this came up because of the whole Barrier Island possibility that they would want in exchange to allow us to get on the beach, that they would allow that, you know, but we're not pursuing that anymore. I think it's been raised a lot of awareness about the fact that DUC allows driving on the beach because not many people do it other than our public safety officers. I think personally that, you know, based on, you know, just rights to, you know, what people have experienced, that I'm not particularly in favor of changing the regulation just because I don't think we have a big issue. A couple of quick thoughts. If we were going to change anything, it seems like we might dial it back and just say end of March, you know, because that is, I did see some of the people or some of the towns take into consideration the fact that Easter holiday gets a lot of folks visiting here, and even if you did March 15th, it would kind of alleviate that concern about people being on the beach in conflict, more people being on the beach in conflict with with the cars or like a vehicle, I agree that maybe we should, you know, if we've had problems with those kind of little vehicles that you're talking about, those ATVs or whatever they were, the little acronym you used about other than vehicles, maybe we could look at that, or a permitting situation. That would just add another layer of work for our staff. The only advantage of doing a permit would be that we could certainly hand out, you know, the specific rules so that everybody, we knew as you were getting a permit that you were getting the rules, much like they did when they permitted the beach driving in Hatteras on the National Shore. And then you would have to have some signage too, I guess. I don't think we have any signage at Sound Sea Village right now. We guess we could put a sign up, but I mean, I don't think we want to encourage beach driving. I just don't know if we have a huge issue. But I'm open to hearing what other council members think at this point.
Jeff, have we have any problem?
Historically, over the last 20 years, extremely minimal. I could count on one hand the number of complaints we've had, and generally what we see is just the sight of a vehicle has generated complaints because people weren't aware that that was legal under our ordinance. As far as reckless driving or accidents, I'm not aware of any accidents in 20 years, and we've had some complaints about people operating too fast, but that's really the extent of it. And generally, we've been able to get out there, educate the driver. But as you said, Monica, most of the vehicles are coming from Currituck County, and it's limited, very limited.
Do you have any information on Southern Shores of Kitty Hawk as to why it's prohibited? I would assume Southern Shores, they've only got community accesses. And Kitty Hawk, they probably just have public service access. So could that be the reason why it's prohibited? Because in fact, there is no access to the beach for public vehicles? I mean, for private vehicles?
We don't have that data point specifically, other than it's prohibited. I think logically, if you look at Southern Shores, very similar to Duck, and there is no public beach access in Southern Shores or in Duck, so there's really no way for a vehicle to get on. Just while I'm talking, so just thinking kind of long range, think about regulation. We may not be an applicant for access points, so any neighborhood that has community access right now could make application to CAMA for to construct a Hatteras ramp so vehicles could access. So that's just something to be thinking of as you're looking at this more broadly. You know, will there be a call for it in the future or not from other neighborhoods? But obviously, right now, our application for Barrier Island is kind of on hold and likely to be withdrawn.
I have some questions and some comments. The access is the Sound Sea Village. Is that the only access?
Yeah, it used to be Plover and Sound Sea Village were the two drivable points, but the beach erosion and the change in the dunes and everything, you know, and then Plover got, you know, built some steps after, you know, things changed, but that, historically, that's the only two places I can remember.
What about the center line?
There is an access point at the end of Station Bay. I think that's under the control of Sanderling, but it is extremely steep, and I don't know that I've ever seen a vehicle other than Merrick use it for an emergency access there.
Is the access at Sound Sea Village, is that via a state road or a private community road? Private, okay. So technically, the people in Sound Sea Village could limit me from using that access.
Completely. I don't know if there's any signs to that effect.
There are signs, and it's restricted by cable. So you need a combination or a key to unlock a lock to be able to access that.
Okay, so in effect, it's truly only for the people at Sound Sea Village?
Yes, sir. Well, and
De facto.
our lifeguard service.
And the
uses that
lifeguard
access as
service.
well. Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, I think what I would say is, you know, I'm not anxious to take away what's a privilege that somebody already seems to have and has enjoyed over the years. But I would definitely be in support of not allowing that to expand any further if there's a way to do that. Because I don't think there's a need to drive on our beaches and duck. I mean, I don't think we have that big a stretch. It's not that wide. We're continually trying to replenish it and keep it, flat, walkable, avoiding ruts and all that sort of thing. So generally speaking, I would be against it, but, I don't feel that strongly about it that I would say, let's stop the people from Sound Sea Village accessing the beach. But I wouldn't want to see if there's a way to avoid it. For example, Sanderling, my neighborhood, saying, we're going to put an access in and we're going to go driving on the beach in the off-season. I would not be in favor of that if there was a way we could prevent it. And I would also be in favor of shortening the season from like 11/1, because more and more people are here even in October now, from like 11/1 to March 1, and shortening the season. But yeah.
Is there a way we can, structure something to sunset the, sound, just to restrict it to kind of a grandfathered status for Sound Sea Village so that it would prevent future ideas and for, kind of put a mark anyway for this council saying we're not condoning any future. I really don't look for this to be a huge issue just because of the
Right.
nature of the fact that the beach is narrowing all the time, and
Right.
we're trying to preserve it, as you said, putting millions of dollars out there. But I'm with you.
With CAMA being the ultimate regulatory agency that would approve vehicular access to the beach, we have a CAMA local permit officer here. So for instance, if Plover Drive decided they wanted to reestablish their driving access, they would need to make application for a CAMA permit. The CAMA local permit officer would be made aware of that. The council could file objection to a permit.
But do
We're
we
not the authority, though.
Right, but do we
Did I have
not,
that right, Sandy? Yeah, she's
do
not.
we not control the beach?
We do not control the beach.
We do not control the
No, sir.
beach.
It's the state.
It's state, it's a public trust.
Are we trying to solve a problem that's not a problem?
Yeah.
Chief says minimal problems on the beach.
Yeah.
We've only got very limited access at this point in time. Are we trying to take away some people who have the right to do it and solve a problem that we don't yet have a problem? I guess I would raise that question. And, maybe we need a few restrictor regulations, maybe it should be 20 miles an hour, maybe it should be 15, maybe the time period should be shortened, but are we trying to solve something here that's not become a problem?
I understand what you're saying, and I agree. It's not an overwhelming problem. I just think it's a matter of controlling it maybe further now and also preventing more of it from happening. I guess going back to controlling the beach. Okay, we don't control the beach because it's public property, but we do have the right to decide whether people can drive on it or not. So in effect, we do control the beach. So Sanderling can get a camera permit that says we can access the beach, but we can say, but there's no driving on the beach.
Correct.
And we always reserve the right to do that. We always have the right to do that.
Yes, the council can modify your ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah.
But how do we control people coming from Currituck County?
The only way you control it is the same way Southern Shores, Kitty Hawk do, and that's
And that would eliminate,
yeah. So you put up signs and you.
and that would eliminate the people that already have the access to be able to do that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't see this really as a problem right now, but certainly something, if you want to shorten the season, fine, and we keep an eye on it, and if the demographics change to the point where we're seeing more activity, then we can address it at that time. Right now, I don't see it as an issue.
And if I kind of agree with this, this approach, because we could change it at any time. And then if we did change it, let's just say moving forward, just so I understand, it would require a public hearing, or is this just an ordinance that we pass?
This is, not in the land use ordinance, so it would not require a public hearing, something the council could do. That's my opinion as a non-attorney, but your attorney would be able to give you the advice. And I think, the dates that we allow it now, talking with some of our team here, we probably need to bring those in a little bit. They kind of bump up against some of the sea turtle nesting season, so we really want to be sure that we're far enough out of that if we're going to allow vehicles on the beach. So, whatever direction council gives as far as what modifications or suggested modifications you want to this ordinance, we'll bring them back at a future date for your consideration.
Yeah, if there's a concern on sea turtles, I mean, I definitely would be interested in knowing what that season is so that we could modify and restrict it a little bit more.
I think we should lower the speed limit also, be consistent with 97 to Little Hills.
Drew, did I hear you say you're going to have the staff look at this and come back to us with driving dates? Or we're going to go with Tony's or Monica's timeframe?
Well, if you give us dates, we'll obviously take the direction of the council. I just maybe have Ms. Cross is here. Could she just maybe tell us, I mean, I don't remember the dates you told me, Sandy, so if you would.
Turtle nesting moratorium is between it's from April 1st through November 15th. So if you only allowed beach driving from November 15th through March 30th, that would be consistent with the Division of Coastal Management's moratorium on turtle nesting activities.
That seems like a good thing to be keeping in mind.
The only other thing you might consider is that Thanksgiving is a extremely busy holiday here in the Outer Banks. So
Make it December 1st.
December 1st might take that element out.
Yeah.
I know that really further constricts the time frame, but if you're talking about, and the message that we've heard from a lot of people is safety of the pedestrians on the beach. I think if you went with like December 1st through March 30th, you would kind of capture all of that and probably avoid Easter to some extent, depending on when it falls.
How about if we took it to March 1st instead of the 30th?
You could certainly do that.
Yeah. I mean, that would be very acceptable, 12-1 to 3-1, and then drop the speed limit to
Or you could do
15
March
miles an hour or
15th. You
something.
should certainly be outside of the Easter timeframe if you
It's
want
out of
March
Easter,
15th.
it's out of everything, yeah.
Just one question back to Sound Sea. Do they not use that to take people to the beach during the season? Remember that came up about they were transporting people, handicapped people, to the beach at Sound Sea?
They did, and I believe at that time Chief Cudo was still here, and he dealt with that in an appropriate manner, and they are allowed to take people up to the top of the dune, but they can't drive down onto the beach. And that would continue to be the case.
Would you want to come back with a proposal, Drew, with change of dates and change of speed limit?
Yes, sir. So if I understand, it's you're looking for a point of discussion with an ordinance change from December 1 to March 1?
March 15th.
15th.
March 15th? Okay, thank you for the clarification. And then a speed limit more in line with
15 miles an hour.
15?
Slower than a state road.
Pardon?
Slower than a state road.
Yes, slower
Slower than a state road,
yes.
Okay.
Just put it on idle.
Let it roll.
We understand that direction. Is there any other, obviously the times a day, mitigate against the concern about light pollution. That's already in our ordinance. As the beach gets, the way our ordinance is written, as the beach gets narrowed, there's a kind of a driving width that is allowed, people are allowed to drive in. So, and all that, I think, it seems to be pretty clear. And then, obviously, if there are going to be times in this December 1 through March 15th that we may need to be a little more proactive and to say the beach is closed because of width issues. And that doesn't have to be the whole beach. It can be certain portions of it based on where hotspots may be.
Have you had, or have we had to issue beach, driving closures anytime that we've ever, even when we've got the high? I mean, people just wouldn't do it anyway on a bad storm. I mean, that would be ridiculous, and vehicles are expensive, and...
I mean, these are most of the Jeeps that you see that people are driving on the beach are not inexpensive.
Right.
Is that accurate?
It's a great way to ruin,
Yeah.
great way to ruin your vehicle with all that salt water.
Should we also restrict the type of vehicle similar to NAG said?
Oh, thank you. Yes. Would you consider saying no, none of these utility vehicles? So the MUTV is, if you think about a regular ATV, but they're the side-by-sides, and sometimes they'll carry 4 people, and they've got the big tires on them, but they are an off-road vehicle. So you want to just say, more like a 4-wheeler than a beach buggy. So should we just restrict those?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay.
They'd probably
Not restrict them, but prohibit them.
NAG said or Killable Hills.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll be able to borrow language from their ordinances.
And then we can revisit it. If we get problems, we can revisit this.
Right.
But since it isn't a huge problem and we don't anticipate subdivisions applying for access.
And if that does happen, council will be made aware. And again, you have the ability to file an objection to a permit being issued.
Yeah. This is in honor of the history of the Outer Banks. You got to think there's fishermen that are going out there. There's and in some legacy folks in Sound Sea Village, in my opinion, that have had this right, and we haven't had a big issue. So that's the rationale for not completely closing the door on this option, in my view.
Okay, with that being said, let's go on to the next item. Tents on the beach. Sandy? Sandy disappeared? Go there first.
Good morning. I believe, so we talked about this last year. And as I started working on my presentation, the first thing I did was listen to our YouTube video from last year, and I was like, uh-oh. One of the things that council specifically wanted to do was a survey. So I'm going to touch on that as we go through. Before we get there, just want to mention, we discussed this at the retreat in 2022. For those in the audience, it's readily available online if you wanted to go back and revisit that discussion. At that time, we talked about the intent of Chapter 94 regulations, which is beach and dune protection, which is also the same section of code that deals with beach driving. We talked about the content and there's regulations. We talked about why tents and commercial activities have become a problem. We discussed what our stakeholders were saying, what other communities are doing and their regulations. And then I just wanted to touch on our regulations, which specifically state that you can't have any unattended items. No unattended items are to be set up before 8 a.m. or left up after 5 p.m. No tents, cabanas, or sunshades greater than 12 by 12 in an area or taller than 9 feet. Tents may not be any closer than 10 feet from each other. No tents, umbrellas may be set any closer than 15 feet from the toe of the dune. The purpose of that is to allow emergency access to get up and down the beach for surf rescue. And tents by their location may not block the line of sight from the lifeguard stands. What actually happened in 2022? We sent letters and emails to all of the tent vendors, and we updated that list. We did that in March and then again in May. The letters that we sent were much more stern than they had been in the past 2 years, indicating that we are not going to tolerate items being left on the beach, so on and so forth. We also sent emails to all the HOA contacts, property management companies in March. One of the things that happened is things went sideways in March in our office. So a survey never got developed at that time or released. So sad face, because that's on me. I did have about a dozen homeowners and residents that were reporting activity in various locations throughout the town. They continued, just like the year before and the year prior. We did have some new, we still had equipment being left on the beach, and that seemed to be somewhat diminished, but we had other activity that developed. And what ended up happening in a couple locations is the vendors, instead of leaving the stuff on the beach, which they had been doing in previous years, they were taking it off the beach, but they were leaving it on private property without permission. That was a problem for some property owners and some communities, which ended up resulting in actual police activity. I believe there was some resolution to that, but I don't think that it's going to go away. We'll probably have a similar situation again this year. So, again, I'm going to say I'm sorry for the folks in the audience that we did not get the survey out. That survey is critical to help council make decisions moving forward. So what is planned for this year? We're going to release a survey to the public. Council received a draft of that survey prior to the retreat. I have copies here for anyone that wants to take a look at it, but we will do that. This is just an excerpt of it and a flow chart that will be made available to the HOAs and property management companies. We will also put it out in e-news, website, social media. Kay is going to blast it everywhere. We will also send 2 notices to the vendors again. We will continue to collect comments. I appreciate everyone in the audience because many of you were my resources. What we haven't done in the past is develop a data file so that I can actually track vendor 1, vendor 2, how many complaints, where are those complaints? Are those complaints coming from residents or are they coming from visitors, that kind of stuff. So we'll develop a data set that we can use to track this stuff so that when we come back, after we close the survey in August, that's the plan, when we come back to council in September, we can actually provide data that they can use to make decisions. So what we've done in the past 2 years is kind of just like taking notes. Now we're going to actually put it on paper and actually track it, give you some statistical data that you can use to make changes if changes are needed or decided. We are going to want to have changes completed by the end of '23. We want to have that done so that we can communicate properly to the vendors going into 2024, the rental property management companies going into 2024, and the HOAs. People book, Monica will tell you, when do they book for 2024?
Yeah, they're booking now for 2024.
Right. So, but we might be able to quell some of the disgruntlement if there are changes made. One of the things Drew wanted me to touch on is when will we release the survey? My expectation is we're going to have that before Easter. Easter is kind of like our kickoff, and we'll run that straight through August. And I only have 15 minutes this time, so I made it quick. I'm open to answer questions. If council had any comments about the survey that we sent out to you, and if anyone from the public wants a copy, I brought like 10 copies.
Are there any additional changes we need to make going into the 2023 season? I mean, we got violations, we got issues, we got regulations, but do we need to, I know you're going to reinforce it with the vendors, but do we in fact need to do any additional changes to the regulations going into the summer?
I think the survey last year was a critical piece that was discussed by council, and without having that, and actually, much like the driving, is this really an issue, or is it just a small pocket that's having the problem? I think it's important for us to know where are these issues occurring, how are they impacting residents and visitors alike, and that's what the survey kind of pulls out. So I think we can continue to do what we did last year, continue to document, but I think this survey really is an important piece in determining what we need to change. I can tell you, we're not the only community that are having issues. Nags Head is presenting this to their council, and they have vendors that want to expand the time frame. I reached out to everybody that communicated with me this season, or this past year, and said, I'm putting together my presentation. What are your thoughts? I got several people that said, hey, maybe we can just squash the time that they can put stuff. Vendors can be out setting up. Like right now it's 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. But most people don't go down to the beach at 8 a.m. They don't get there until 9 or 10. What if we made it so that vendors can't set up until 11? Then we allow some equality for those that aren't using vendors to get down there and actually have space. But, and then there's other comments that were made about, vendors setting up is essentially commercial activity on the beach. Do we want to allow that? There's a lot of people that said, we don't want vendors setting up on the beach. How do I make that distinction? If it doesn't have a label on the tent and it just shows up, do I know whether that's a vendor or do I know whether that's somebody that came down, they were like, we're going to get ahead of this game and we're going to get our stuff down there first thing in the morning.
As a suggestion, why don't we limit 1/10 per household?
How do I regulate that?
Would you know?
I mean, can we not do that? I mean, that's the problem. They string the tents, or maybe they got them out there, but they're taking a lot of space.
So
And it's really an equity issue with people that
it
come down with umbrellas.
absolutely is an equity issue, but that's where if we can compile this data and look at the 12 vendors that we have, who are the problem people? Where are the problem areas? Because we're not hearing these issues up in the Nourishment area where the beach is wider. We're hearing this in Four Seasons. Four Seasons would say, the vendors set up right outside of the community access. Can we make it so they have to be at least 100 feet from that access? There are a lot of different things that we can pull into our ordinance. However, I think we need to have the data on the locations so that we can adequately apply these new regulations so that they work where they're at. We had a discussion not long ago about the beach and dune walkways and elevations and how not everything is not the same across the board. So maybe we need to have some variation, and how do we adjust those just for different circumstances? That's what this survey will help us tell. So I'm reluctant to recommend changes now without having some more data.
And I can speak to, just to say that, not to interrupt you, excuse me, but some tent vendors that I'm familiar with have actually self-regulated. In other words, I have this one particular vendor who only will do oceanfront in the area that's very high density between, I think it's, Four Seasons to through Schooner Ridge or wherever it is where they won't sell a tent to somebody, even though admittedly someone who's halfway down the beach might enjoy that more than the oceanfront people because they can just pop back and forth to the ocean. But it's been interesting to me because they recognize that there's just limited amount of space, limited amount, and their personnel too. So there's a lot of factors with vendors that have seen, that have kind of pulled their own commerce back because of just availability of space.
And this past year, we've got a couple names. We know who the problem children are. We go into 2023 or 2023 season. We can keep tracking that. We come to the end of this season, we can put in place a lottery system, and if you've got check marks next to your name, you don't get into that lottery system. If that's what we decide. Like, we might have areas that are so populated that we have to limit the vendors. We may have other areas that we don't have to limit the vendors because their beach is just different. Their number of homes behind the ocean is different. So as you get further north, you have less of a width
Density
of
of
property
people.
owners.
Yeah.
further south, you have the east side and a pretty sizable west side density. So those beaches are going to be more problematic than the northern ones.
Don't we have a regulation about vendors on the beach, or is this not considered a vending on the beach?
So that's a valid question. That's, that's been one of the comments we've heard from Four Seasons Homeowners Association is this is vendors, even if they're not transacting on the beach, it is commercialization on the beach, which we prohibit. So
A surf lesson or a kayak lesson.
they're different. So council could certainly say, we don't want any commercial vendors' activity on the beach.
We have done, well, the council had done that early on. We used to have an ice cream vendor on the beach, and he was asked to leave because there was no vending on the beach. This, to me, is the same thing.
Well, and that's another avenue that we can pursue is a use permit. You get a use permit, you pay a deposit, you screw up, your permit gets pulled, you can't do business in Duck. And that's how the ice cream stuff went down. We only had 2 ice cream vendors, but when they started fighting with each other, we're like, we don't need to have this.
And they were on the road, they weren't.
They were on the road,
Yeah.
definitely a different situation. But, there's a lot of different things, and I am not prepared at this point to give you a comprehensive list of those options. If you want that, I can certainly bring it back to you at another meeting, but today was really a recommendation that we move forward with the survey, we continue to collect data, and we come back to you in September where we have time to make changes and actually implement them with everyone's knowledge, so that nobody comes into May or Memorial Day weekend saying, I didn't know I couldn't put tents up for people. We don't want that to happen.
And we would couple that with continued enforcement. So last summer, we enforced a little more rigidly, so that would continue this summer while we gather the data to help you make an informed decision on ordinance change.
And I'm pretty sure that Officer Knockin is familiar with many of the vendors now.
Yeah, I think that, I think your approach is a sound one to do the survey first so we can gather more data, so we're making an informed decision. 223 can also be a year when we analyze what's actually happening a little more, organized way with vendors and whatnot, because we've got a set of rules and regulations as to what's supposed to happen. If the vendors were doing and the people were doing what was said there, we probably wouldn't be discussing this now, except for maybe density reasons, right? Because there are going to be areas where if everybody decided to go with tents, we'd have a big density problem. But so let's see how bad the problem really is, get the survey, and then have the data to make a good decision. Maybe it's more about density than anything else or whatever. I don't know.
I think density is a large part of it. I will say that I got 3, when we sent out the emails last spring, I got 3 folks, property owners, who objected to our policy or our regulations. They're like, we don't rent, we take our stuff down, we go down after 5, we come back for a cocktail, we leave our stuff unattended. I'm like, this is not intended to be onerous, but it's intended to have, an equity aspect to it. And so that speaks to the density. But I'll tell you, they weren't in the south end of town, but they were concerned about our regulations. I really would prefer to be able to give you a fully comprehensive analysis in order for you to make the best decision for Duck.
I would like to look at this just a little bit more, this survey, but I didn't see on here an area that talked about what location you're from. Did I miss that?
Yeah, there's actually, it says, do you own or live in Duck? Yes. In what neighborhood do you own or
okay.
live?
Okay.
No. Do you vacation in Duck? If you're vacationing, in what neighborhood do you normally rent?
Got it, okay.
So I thought about that this morning. I was like, we did cover the location because that's a critical piece.
Okay. So you have that, okay, great. I will look at it one more time, but I printed it out too small to really get into it.
Yeah, so we would like to, again, we would like to have this ready to release before Easter. So if any council member has any questions or concerns or thinks we need to have any additions, then feel free to reach out to Drew or I.
Well, you might want to just make it clear to the vendors that this is being considered for review.
Yes.
And the way things look and the way things happen is going to have a big weight in what the decision is.
Right.
So if they keep doing what they're doing now, it's not looking good. You know?
And I honestly, like, there's more to this than just the vendors,
I know.
signage. There's
I know.
there's a lot of stuff going on
Well,
with
Sandy,
this.
I think the consensus is to move forward with the survey, but if you come up with any ideas between now and the time you release the survey with respect to changes we can make this year,
Yeah.
please bring them back to us.
Well, I could,
I mean,
If there's something that's immediate and not overly impactful to people that have already made arrangements, yes, we'll bring those back. But I really think that,
Even the
we're
hours
trying
of the
to take this very logically and looking at it very holistically. Yeah, and, again, we apologize. We had, some staffing gap issues that happened last summer, and this is one of the things that fell off.
No
So,
big deal.
yep.
thank you, Sandy.
Thanks, Sandy.
The next item is surf rescue. Is Merrick here?
Merrick's in Florida, but he's going to appear via Zoom.
Oh, teleporting.
There's Merrick.
There he is. Good morning, Merrick.
Hey, Kay, can we hear him now?
Is your sound on, Merrick? Is your mic on?
Try it again.
Can you hear me now?
Ah, yeah.
Thank
You
you.
can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
Good. Good morning.
I'm in St. Augustine, Florida.
Good for you.
Nice down there.
I do have a PowerPoint presentation. I would love to comment on the beach driving and the umbrellas, the tents, but that can wait. Because I'm the one that's on the beach all the time, and I see what happens, and the biggest issue is going to be enforcement on either one of those fronts. So I sent a PowerPoint presentation in. Is that ready to go up, Betsy or Kay?
Yep.
Hello?
Yeah, we got it.
So, yeah, we have it up in the room here, Merrick.
I don't know. We can see it, but maybe you can make it so it's not the council, or maybe it's that presentation.
We're working on that, Merrick. There's a lot of limitations in this system, unfortunately.
I can pull it up
Yeah,
here and go through it.
there you go.
And then, Kay can advance the slides, so the council will be looking at what you're seeing. Just tell us what slide to go to. All right, we're not hearing you now, Merrick, so I think you faced away from your microphone.
This is going to be rehab on the 2022 season.
All right, we got you now.
Okay, so our staff, as you can grown, we have about includes all those things you see, CPR, first aid, first responders, physical training, and swim training. It takes about 2 weeks to do that. It's about 160 to 170 hours, including the first responders, the CPR, and all the physical training and classroom training that we do in order to make sure that these guards can do the job that they're required to do on the beach. Next.
Next again.
So the open water training, as you see, includes a lot of buoy training, swimming in the ocean, paddleboard training, so that they can effectively do the job that they have to make rescues. We do that so that it becomes second nature or first nature, so that they don't have to think about it. They automatically grab the buoy or they automatically grab the board and start paddling out. It's not something that they have to think about. Next. We do the ATV training, which also includes the UTV, which are side-by-sides. And we have a couple of those that we run on the beach as well, depending on the conditions. Next. We do certain classroom training, such as this one, which would be wildlife education, as far as beach training, turtle watch, any beach training we might have, or waterfowl, or anything else that shows up on the beach. Next. Lifeguards are on duty from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Next. The lifeguard patrols start at 9, but we're operationally in town starting at 8, and we go to 8 p.m., but we do respond 24/7. Same locations last year. We had an addition of 2 stands. One was Mallard, which is right there in Ocean Ponds, and the other one was Ocean Crest, the last one on the right. That gives us 14 stands. And next. You see the coverage here, those little maps, or those little flags are roughly where the stands are. It gives us a pretty good line of sight coverage. So feel like people just need a little bit of extra help to get in, as opposed to, hey, we're gonna grab this person and pull them all the way in by ourselves. Most of those rescues occurred in June, and then again, late in the season, late August, and also September. Next. Thank you. There is something I need to talk to you about, and that is, this is close to the end of the contract. And unfortunately for me, there's been an increase in salaries due to the pandemic and also just the conditions that we have here. I still have a couple more slides, if you don't mind putting that back up. Or are you still up?
Still up.
Okay. So if you go to the next slide, yeah. So in 2019 to 2020, when this contract first went out, we were at $12 an hour. And then you keep going down, you can just keep adding it. You can see that this is what we had in our contract as far as estimating what the salaries would be. So for 2023, which is this year, we had $15 an hour estimated for our salaries. Yeah, there you go, thanks. Everybody else is at $18 an hour. So they just went to council, except for all of these rescue. They just went to council and the council approved an increase in their line item to $18 an hour. Whereas I'm contracted, I don't really have that luxury. For all these rescues, for some reason, they were able to do it quite early on. I mean, these all came out in January. They were advertising for $18 an hour. So, my question to you, unfortunately, go to the next slide. These are current contract amounts. And if you look at 2024 only, and then go to the next slide, please. In 2024, on my original proposal, I had between $621,000 and $700,000. And we're at 566. And if the salaries had stayed where they were, this really wouldn't have been a problem. But unfortunately, it's caused a deficit, and I don't think we're going to be able to. I'm having a difficult time recruiting right now. I'm losing people to other towns left and right as I'm offering them jobs. I really feel like because of these unprecedented times, I'd asked for a one-time stipend for this year, and because of the fiscal years, there might be a need for next year as well. It would just be for this summer. I think because 24, 25 are both optional, and that 24 actually starts next year. And, we don't have a contract for that, so. I've been talking to Drew. I told him what I felt like we needed, and it was probably about a 20% increase, as you saw, from what we were really estimated to have. And so for me, that would be roughly $60,000 in order to make it through this summer. It's not something that I feel like I'm not accustomed to doing, is asking for more money to build a contract. But my crystal ball just didn't work real well this last time. And the pandemic really, I think, threw everybody for a loop. Housing is also an issue, but that's a discussion for another time. So we can, take that off if you want.
Question for you, Merrick. This is Monica. I was wondering, so you're saying that the $60,000 increase would allow you to pay your staff $18 an hour? Is that what we're talking about?
Correct. Well, we gave us a 20% increase, so some of my supervisors make a little bit more, captain makes more, the lieutenants make more, but that 20% increase would go across the board. So those other salaries are just going up 20% also, not exactly 20%, but basically up $3 an hour.
I'm not sure exactly what I'm missing about the 20%. Are we talking?
2023, you had $15 an hour. If you go up to $18 an hour, $3 difference, actually 20%.
That's the 20% you're talking. You're not talking about 20% of the full contract. You're talking about 20% on salaries. You're talking about $60,000.
This is only for salary.
Right. I was just trying to clarify that in my mind.
Well, I don't see how you can not do it. If everybody else is paying that, you're not going to get anybody, or you're going to get the dregs.
People who can't swim.
So we've interviewed 30 people so far this year, and we filled probably 11 spots. So we're still trying to fill some more. We probably feel like we need to get 8 more. I have 4 contracts. So all 3 of the big contracts I have, I'm doing the same request because we're in the same position. So this is just it's difficult for me to not realize what's happening, but you know, yes, and I feel like we could lose more people if you say, hey, we're paying more here, we're paying more there. NCDOT still has their Instagram post up for that, paying, and I feel like they're still looking for more employees. For all of the university, I did just hire 2 people that I was interviewing also, and that was one of the things that they both said is that, you know, they're paying $18 an hour, and I was not really able to say I can make that too. So I lost those 2, and that was just yesterday.
Hey, Drew,
It's been on one issue. Yes.
if you get the $18 an hour, can you get any of the ones that have left to come back that you've trained already?
So these are new kids that I'm hiring that I'm having full time. I think that everybody who's returning is that I would get returning is returning. I don't think I lost anybody to another town. They either moved on and got internships or they got real jobs and they graduated from college last year. They're just not coming back to the beach.
Okay.
I can tell you 2 people that were in the military, and so that they potentially work part-time on weekends, but that doesn't always help us. You know, when we got 7 days, not just 2 days a week. That works in a pinch. No, and yes and no. It's going to make it difficult. I mean, it's going to be Currituck County nightmare for me at that point. And then I'll have everybody, and you'll be happy to hear this, that everybody will want to only work in Duck because you're going to get $18 an hour in Duck, but if you go work in Park or you go work in Southern Shore, you're not going to get that sort of thing. I haven't crossed that bridge yet. It's the last contract here for the Park Service. It's somewhat early in the Southern Shores contract, so I just feel like through, and this is just me, since everybody else's councils have done this, I feel through things that every other council will fall in line. I don't expect it, but I'm hopeful because I think we worked together a long time, and we provided really good service.
You have. You have.
America, this is Don. I think this is good information. I don't think you should expect the council to make that decision today. I think you need to sit down with Drew. I think it's because it is a contract, and I think then Drew needs to come back to us with you know, the details of it as it fits into the budget and that type of thing. I think you can highlight the issue, and we understand it, but I don't think the council should be making that decision. I think you and Drew need to sit down, quite honestly, and work through the contract, work through the rates, et cetera. I don't know if everyone else agrees, but I mean, I think it's good information for us, and we understand your challenge, but I think, in highlighting it to council, but I think basically it's the contract that the town has with you, and I think you and Drew need to kind of work through that and come back to the council as part of the budget process.
Well,
I hope the council agrees with that.
is that timing going to work, though, Mayor? Is that timing going to work for us?
I'm sure it will.
June?
So what the plan would be, so this really isn't different. We had another vendor that was under contract that needed to make an increase. So this isn't much different than that. So we would come back to you with a contract modification proposal and a budget amendment. And you saw in the finance report yesterday that fiscal 23 is really strong. So I believe that we can cover things with a budget amendment without upsetting service levels elsewhere. But the mayor's correct. I mean, I really don't want you to make a decision other than to say to me and Merrick, go away and come back with some sort of a proposal, including how you're going to pay for it. But Merrick and I, when we talked about this, I thought it was important for you all to hear from him, especially right now, because this can't wait till budget time. This is going to be something you're going to need to probably be looking at your March meeting. He's in the process now of trying to hire lifeguards, so you can expect to see something back from us then. Yeah, so that's been the plan. We just wanted to kind of get the initial reaction, and again, Merrick visits with you every year during your retreat to update you on the service that he provides, he and his team, and this is just a good opportunity for him to highlight what is a very large challenge looming for him to provide the same level of service in fiscal 23, or summer of 23, rather.
And you guys think you can get this done by the March meeting, because we can't waste time with it?
Yes, sir. We'll get it done.
Merrick, you want to make some comments on tents? Did you want to make additional comments on the tents?
No. I mean, if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer it. And then, our work as far as beach nets and everything, we're closely with Hangen, and then I'm also close to beach driving. So, I think that moving forward, this helps, and we should be able to take care of that. And I do want to remind you that we're in fiscal year 23 right now, I'm correct, which ends June 30th. And so that means starting July 1, we don't really have a contract. So that's something that also needs to be addressed for the 24 fiscal year, and then moving forward to 25 fiscal year. So
I think, you and Drew will work through that.
Right.
Bring it back to council.
Also, could I just ask quickly, on the one statistic about almost 500,000 folks in Duck last summer, could you put that in any context with the last few years before that? I mean, I know it was 187, yeah.
2021, we saw a strong resurgence from 2020. There was a decrease amount, even though, it was a COVID year.
Yeah.
We, had limited, we did really limited. Our beach was open, but our numbers were down. It's down around mid to upper 300s. I can't remember off the top of my head, and I can't pull up another. But last year was about 427, I think, or 428,000.
Okay, so you did see it, yeah.
I feel like we've reached the saturation level. We just have to take the number of homes that are already done and other homes and see how many people are actually coming out to the beach. We do know the real problem there is. So it's
Thanks. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Merrick.
Yep,
Enjoy your rest
thank
of
you.
the time in Florida.
We'll be in touch, Merrick.
Thanks for all you're doing.
Thank you.
Okay, the council and staff are going to recess until 1 o'clock. retreat is back in session. The next presentation is going to be a department update on public information and events with Betsy Trimble and Kay Nickens.
There we go.
Okay.
Learned my own lesson. Speaking to the mic and unmute it. So we are going to kind of recap some things that happened in 2022 and look over some things that we're kind of thinking about for 2023. I am going to have Betsy kick us off, though, and go over the events update first.
Okay, but first, we're going to start with everybody's favorite two words, and that's brick project. Except instead of spending your money, this one's going to make you some money. So with that lead off, so we did kick off the Memory Lane brick program in November, around Thanksgiving of last year. In about the month it was, Joe, I'll let you talk about it too, it's okay. So in the month that we had it out, we sold 541 bricks. I ordered 554, and I'll address that in just a moment. So the total amount collected was just about $54,000 of new revenue for the town. That is, whatever is over the cost of what we're doing is going to go back into park maintenance. So it's going to be a self-sustaining program. You see on the right here, well, on the top, my mother bought me one. So that's what the brick is going to look like in theory. So that is a picture of the actual brick, and then I had the closest font I could find to it and put it there. So that array, the town seal right there, is going to go in the middle of this walkway over here, and it's going to face east. And then the bricks are going to go out in either direction, facing north and south, whichever direction they're headed. The 10 extra bricks that we ordered for the Duck Incorporation Committee, as well as council that has off council right now. So that is something that's going to continue on. So right now, I'm sorry, you all don't have one, but you will when you all go off the council. We will order one for the next year, and that is going to be placed right here on the walkway in front of the stairs. So it's a little separate from that memory lane, but because it's going to keep growing, we wanted to be able to keep everything together. I have a clicker. I forgot I had a clicker. Brick Markers USA out of Florida is the company that we are using. They are going to, as one of their free services, create a website for us, which is going to mainstream everything. When we first started it, we didn't have time for them to create the website, so I was just doing it all on my own, and everyone here can attest to it. That's all I did for December. I may have answered a phone here and there, but I definitely was doing this the whole time. The benefits of their maintaining the website is it streamlines everything. You can input it directly into their portal, so it's not me typing it into something and then Kim Pittman double checking me, making sure I spelled things correctly, the dates, all that stuff. They are putting it in directly to the portal. I can still check it, I can still change things if someone needs it, but it's directly on the person to put it in. We have a link directly to the online payment, so you're going to click a link and it's going to take you straight to the Square invoice. Going to pay it, I'm going to get an email that it's been paid, done, easy peasy. Yes, sir.
So can people order all year long?
Yes. This is going to...
We'll order only bring
Correct.
them in once a year.
We're going to do one order at the beginning of January, which it's about a 6 to 9 week lead out on them. So that puts it right around April, getting them installed. So we'll collect them throughout the year, one big order, and it'll be just a continuing cycle of that. Right now, we are still on schedule for March 17th-ish delivery. And if Mother Nature cooperates with us, then Kim Pittman will get it all installed like beginning of April, I believe. He's got a 2-week turnaround on that. We do have, I did not guarantee anything, but I did promise that I would try to keep families together of bricks that were submitted together. So I have some volunteers that are lined up to come help sort through them when they arrive to us, because this is our first time. We don't know how they're going to arrive to us and what order, so it's all an interesting thing right now. We'll have it streamlined for next year, of course.
Promise me you'll wear gloves when you do that.
Yes. And then I have a sheet of everything. I have it all ready. I just got to get the bricks here so we can do it. It is going to be the April Destination Dare topic. So Benny will be coming up here filming what's all the installation and the final. We're coming up with some fun ideas for that video to be a little more fun. More fun than the other brick program that's going on around here, let's put it that way. Oh, Joe. There is also the option to order in person. We'll have order forms, and I can accept checks and cash, and we'll have it available at all the town events. Volunteers will be able to take it in person as well. We're going to have information post out there at either end, or Kim and I are still working on that, where if it's a weekend, no one's here, you can click the QR code, it'll take you right to that website. So you don't even need us here, but we can answer any questions. All right, 2022 event recap. It was back to normal. I was exhausted, and I had a great time doing it. We saw just about 18,000 people out here for all the events, including the Jazz Festival, Nature on the Boardwalk, all those shoulder season events. Over 100 individual events that we did here with the fitness, the magic, all the things. All the things. That green was filled, the amphitheater was filled, everyone had a great time. 2023 is going to be very similar to 2022 in that the same number of events. We have sponsorships are going well right now. I have Twitty has signed on as the concert event sponsor, so they're taking the entire series. I've already spoken with Carolina Designs. We're coming up with our plan. I'm in talks with a lot of people, and it's looking very, very good for this year right now. And knock on wood, it's looking very good this year. We still have, I have one new variety show performer who I'm very excited about. I just found out he could come this week. It's a bubble circus, something or other. Like it's a circus bubble, I can't remember his name. Soap Bubble Circus, excuse me. Soap Bubble Circus. He's out of Charlotte. So he's gonna come here, do some kind of circusy bubble thing on the stage in the amphitheater, and then we're gonna come out to this lawn here and let the kids play with all the bubbles. So I'm very excited about his show. New coming back this year, we have the Memorial Day concert that's going to take place on Monday, May 29th at 6 p.m. I have the United States Air Force out of Langley, the Heritage Brass Band coming, that's about 7 or 8 Air Force brass players are going to come play that concert. That's going to be about an hour out on the green. On deck, Kay and I are talking about, we listened to the visioning and getting more off-season or shoulder season events coming. So what we want to do is do some dementia-friendly events. We're in talks with, I'm sorry, what was her name? Jen Collins. Jen Collins? Jan. I know a Joan Collins also is Jen Collins. About how we can work together and get some of the, incorporate those into our events and also maybe have some separate ones as well. New variety show performer. I would like to get the Pea Island Preservation Society here to do their Heroes, Surfmen, Freedmen, Heroes presentation out in the amphitheater. They can't commit right now, but they have the dates that they are available, and we're in talks with them about trying to get that together. 4th of July came back. I know you all were there. You had a good time. Just a few highlights. We had our Grand Marshals, Dave and Polly Wessel there. The Snow Countruck was a big hit, so I think you can expect to see that again this year. The Color Guard, we had our U.S. veterans there holding the colors and leading the parade. And live music with Just Plain Dixieland, they're going to be back again this year as well. And everyone just had a really good time, enjoyed seeing the parade come back.
Snow cone was a big hit.
Yes, Snow Cone was a big hit. And it was, yeah, we put that in this year as opposed to, we need to do something extra. So save the date for Tuesday, July 4th of 2023. The parade will be coming back. Now, talking about our amazing volunteers, because we all know we cannot do what we do in this town without them. Seeing all of my volunteers in this room right now, a bunch of you volunteered for. But we're going to volunteer for the brick program, we volunteer for the events, the data entry. I'm going to touch on the data entry at the end of this. So in 2022, there were over 1,200 volunteer hours. We have 175 active volunteers. 57 of those were brand new last year. According to the independent sector, the value of a volunteer hour of time is $29.95 an hour. So in 2022, that was pretty much a savings of, $36,000 that people were helping us in making this town what it is. The data entry that was referenced is they're digitizing all of the permits and stuff, so our file room we can get stuff shredded. It's very, very overloaded right now. To my calculations, we've had 120 hours of volunteer time putting that in, and they're not done. Actually, I think we've got 2 people upstairs right now trying to finish it up. So 120 hours of their time. So we want to recognize that and we want to recognize all of our town volunteers. So coming soon is on April 29th, we are having the Volunteer Appreciation Party. It's going to take place here in the park and in the room. We're still hashing out the details, but it's going to include, I'm going to contact the local businesses and ask if they might want to share some gift certificates or anything for a raffle that we can raffle off to any of our town volunteers, do a fun drawing there. And in appreciation, we will not have volunteers helping that day, but staff will be the ones helping that day out of appreciation. One thing I'm working on this year, and I don't think it'll come to fruition until next year, is a volunteer longevity program where it'll be a cumulative thing where you can reach different milestones of 100 hours, 150 hours, whatever we're going to do, and then get a special recognition or a special something at that point, but I'm still hashing out those details as well. So stay tuned to that. We'll be keeping you posted on that one. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kay to talk about the Jazz Festival.
Great, thank you, Betsy. So just to kind of dive into the Jazz Festival a little bit more than I did a few months ago, it was presented by PNC again. We did get a sponsorship from them for $17,500. We also did have the grant from the Outer Banks Visitors Bureau. We did not receive a North Carolina Arts Council grant because of the stipulations they had in place from COVID. With all of that, along with our town contribution of just under $43,000, we had estimated $115,000 for the cost of the festival, and we were just slightly above that for a few factors. And also something I learned in planning the Jazz Fest, closing out the Jazz Festival and planning this one, 2022 was very unique in that it was a culmination of cancellations and things that kept rolling over. So hopefully this year will be a clean start, a fresh slate, and we'll be able to get things back on track and have another great jazz festival. So that being said, also going to discuss some of the survey data. I know it's hard to see on this slide, I'm sorry, but I did want to show you some imaging. And you could see on the left graph there, it shows the percentage of satisfaction with the Jazz Festival, and we did have 91% of respondents in our survey say that they were satisfied with the Jazz Festival. The other figures that are represented there are the percentages of what people did during their time here. If they went to restaurants, shopping, or if they engaged in any sort of like recreation, like water sport activities. 53% of people did dine at a local restaurant, and 43% of visitors did do some local shopping here. 46% of people that attended the Jazz Festival traveled specifically for the Jazz Festival. And then the bottom graph there, you can see that 41% of people that attended do own property in Dare County. So that is a good number of our local community that is coming out for that, as well as 19% of people that attended, they're not from here, they're visitors. So there was a good mix of people that came. I think we estimated about 6,000 people that attended the Jazz survey, and based on the survey responses that we received, we estimated about 3,600 of those were people from out of town. With the economic impact formula that we used for the grant that we received from the Visitors Bureau, it brought an estimated economic impact value of $1.5 million. And that's looking at overnight lodging, dining, and different things that people do while they're here. So looking ahead, Jazz Festival is returning October 7th and 8th. I recently worked with the North Carolina Arts Council to understand their grant system, and I'm happy to say we are eligible for a grant from them. So we will be applying for that. I have applied for the Outer Banks Visitors Bureau grant as well, and I have a meeting with PNC later this month to see if they would like to return as a presenting sponsor. The theme that I'm going to run with is called Jazz Moves You, and one thing that I got from a lot of musicians and people that attended the survey last year, or the festival last year, I'm sorry, was that they were just really happy that something like this was back. It made them happy that it was normalcy after, in light of the past few years. It was nice to have that back, and just seeing how much vitality and resurgence and how invigorating, something like that can be. So I kind of wanted to run with that and look at, how live music does that, not just for Duck, but for the Outer Banks as a whole, and how live arts really plays into that. So I'm going to be exploring some other Jazz Week opportunities, and notice how I said Jazz Week, not weekend. because we do have people that come for an average of 4 days when they come to Jazz Festival. So looking at a few different options to immerse them in the Jazz Festival experience, and really, bringing some of that liveliness and livelihood that jazz brings to Duck and sharing that with everyone else. So, like I said, I am exploring other opportunities, and that includes other sponsorships. And right now, with what I'm looking at is a proposed town contribution of $40,000. You guys know it just as well as everyone else. Things are expensive. And the things that kind of blew us out of the water with our budget last year were accommodations, transportation, artist contracts were a little bit more, and understandably so. It's just the change that things are heading in right now. But I will have, obviously, more data on that as we continue to plan. So any questions on events?
Okay, is there an opportunity for, do we go out after individuals who may want to make a contribution? Like be some sort of a sponsor and have their name in a program or anything like that?
I know that we have different tiers of sponsorship. To answer your question, I'm not sure if anyone's pursued an individual level of contribution, but I'm sure that that's something that Betsy and I can look at when we sit down to start looking at different.
Some people who are residents or whatever may want to.
Right. The thing that comes to mind is like the Outer Banks Forum. They have their program, and I know that people, you can give $1,000 or something, to be featured in their program. So that's a good idea, and Betsy and I will
they could be like, if they're at a significant level, you know how we have the sponsoring, the little event for the sponsors they could be invited to that as well or something, and,
Right.
A little special recognition.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. And to my knowledge, I'm not sure, have we ever done anything like that? Yeah, thank you. No, that is a great idea.
I'll be the
Hint
first, I'll
taken.
volunteer.
So any other questions on events?
Have you got your entertainment lined up for the summer events yet, for the concerts? Are you still planning on doing?
Yep, we do
Okay.
have those lined up. We just got the contracts over to the head honcho here, and Betsy's been working really hard to get those lined up, so we do have those in place, yes.
And that's going to be every Thursday night?
Correct.
To kind of just like the same schedule as last year?
Correct.
Great.
Yep. Questions?
I'm coming to that bubble thing
You should.
with my granddaughter.
Betsy showed me the promo video. I even want to go.
I'll bring my little granddaughter.
22nd. All right. So switching gears here, we're going to get into the communication part of our department. And to some of you, this might look familiar. And I'm going to dive into this a little bit. So when I was back in September, when I was looking at what communication was and how we can maximize our communication efforts as a town, I was thinking about what are some of the priorities that lie with our department to get the word out, and what are the things that should be most important. And we all love a good acronym. It makes things easy to remember. So something that I've kind of adopted on as my own, and it's just something that I use in my daily job now, is thinking about peer. And those are the 4 goals. They're my peer goals. Whenever I think about putting something out or writing something or communicating something to anyone, I think about those things. We want to prioritize communication, increase awareness and engagement. We want to educate through proactive and consistent communication. And ultimately, and probably most importantly, we want to render trust, respect, and cooperation within the community. We have more and more people becoming more involved. I mean, look at this great audience we have here. We've had people coming in droves to our meetings, and that's fantastic. And, we want to foster a communication system with our constituents and our stakeholders so that they can leave with the knowledge and the education they need to be involved. And again, those peer goals are kind of something that I really think about when I put things out. And I wanted to share that with you because I want you to know that it is important when, Betsy and I are working together, that we do prioritize these things, including prioritization. That being said, again, this looks familiar probably to some of you, but I think it still holds true. The objectives with those peer goals are to partake in active listening and learning from our audiences. We need to be receptive to our stakeholders, and by doing that, we also practice clear and direct communication. We're also going to focus on the creation of content, and I know some people, when they hear content, they think social media, but that goes beyond social media. When we're posting updates on the website, when we're putting out news releases, I don't want to tell somebody, don't dig a hole in the sand. I want to tell them that, but I also want them to understand why. And so that is another element of these objectives of communication that we're really going to focus on. And I know a lot of this might seem a little bit elementary, but I think it's a good place to start to really understand the basis of communication in our department and our town, really, and to understand, you know, the little pieces that make up the big part of what this is. We want to provide accessibility and credibility, and again, it's a little redundant, but I'm going to keep saying it, and still trust both ways. We need to trust our community to tell us things that go on. They need to trust us. We need to trust each other, and I think that's just a really important element of everything that we all do, whatever our department head is or whatever our role is. We need to instill that trust and make sure we're prioritizing that. So how? You know we all love surveys here. So this is going to take some time, but I think it would be worthwhile to really look at our stakeholders and study them and identify who they are, identify the demographics, what their needs and interests are, how they prefer to receive their communication, what's important to them, and then also from that point, give us the framework that we need to relay that to them. I know a few times in other council meetings I've talked about a communication plan. This is a big piece of it because we can't have a communication plan without understanding who we're communicating to. So this is the survey that I mentioned, and ideally it's not anything long or convoluted, but I would like to run it from March to the end of May, so right before the summer period. So that way, you know, we can really look at who is engaging with our content, who has what specific needs, and looking at what their preferred methods of communication are. And again, that plays into that communication strategy. So that way, you know, Betsy and I have a very clear, concise understanding of what people need from us. So those will be going out, and again, these questions are targeted to understand their age, their, you know, if they're a resident, a non-resident property owner, if there's a visitor, they're a realtor, you know, business owner. Everyone has unique needs, and they're all stakeholders in DUC. So it's important to understand those dynamics and how they play into communication that happens within the town.
Can I ask a quick question on that? Sure. When you say what matters most, are you planning on asking what people want to know about?
Yes.
Is that what you mean?
So I will offer some, you know, the typical checkbox, check all that apply, and, you know, I will have a section for other, because there's probably things that they do care about that might not even be on our radar, and it's valid. I mean, people, whatever they think, everything that they think is valid, and it's up to us to make sure that we're addressing that. So yes, I will have a list of options as well as a place for people to submit their own list. So with all of that in mind, I give you this beautiful graphic of our 2032 vision, and this also plays into our communication strategy, because these are 6 unifying principles that the town has identified as priorities for our growth. And so when you think about the communication aspect of it, we cover many different topics, but how do we prioritize these things that our leadership has delegated as a unifying principle for our town? So when we think about our annual campaigns and even our events and, you know, engaging our volunteers in our community, these are the principles that formulate what is disseminated and how that goes out. I won't go into this too much because everyone's pretty aware, but these are just ways that we do communicate. We have print, digital, we have our signs, we have OBX alerts, and then we also have the media. I'm going to dive into the digital side of this just really quickly. So looking at our stats for Facebook last year, we do have 40.1 thousand followers. That has increased slightly from last year. Our post reach is 136,000, and that's the number of times that a single post will get, you know, exposure across different profiles. And then we have 5.5 thousand engagements, and that number could be improved, and that is one of my goals, is to increase those engagements. And engagements are things like likes and shares and saves and things like that. So, you know, it can be better. We do have, I think it's 187% increase from last year, so we are looking at more of an upward trend in the Facebook involvement. So I want to keep working on that and capitalizing on that. Instagram is another one that has a huge following right now, and it continues to increase. We've got just under 15,000 followers. We have just under 13,000 post reaches, and again, that is the number of times a post is exposed across different, platforms, or not platforms, I'm sorry, but profiles, and then 5.3 thousand engagements, and again, that is likes, shares, and saves. And Instagram is interesting because it will actually show you the number of saves and shares. So it's really cool to see what, when we post a job posting, how that is shared. It's getting out there. So it's really interesting to see that involvement in Facebook and Instagram, and these are the top 2 platforms that we have that perform the best. Twitter is Twitter. No one is using Twitter as much as they used to, and I read several articles that said that within the next 2 years, 30 million users will leave Twitter, just based on recent trends. So we'll continue to use it. We put information out. It's hard to get engagement on Twitter because, again, no one's really there. And the other thing, too, you think about the versatility of social media. I can post something on Facebook, and it also gets shared to Instagram, or I could post a tweet and it will be shared to my Facebook. So it's, there's a lot of versatility with it, but you just don't see that reciprocation with Twitter because it's not as popular as it was. And of course we have YouTube, and this is also something that has increased as well. We continue to stream our council meetings and planning board meetings, and we have people that tune into those quite regularly. So you are seeing a heavy increase in digital involvement, especially with people watching these videos. They want to stay informed, and that goes back to, we have a community that's very invested in their community, and that shows with even YouTube, having the ability to go back and replay a meeting. So these numbers have continued to increase. We have 79,000 impressions, and that's, when you go on YouTube and it will show you a thumbnail of a video. And so that's the number that our videos show across different profiles, and we do have 12,000 channel views, and our average view duration is 6 minutes and 25 seconds, which is great. People are spending time watching our videos, getting the information that they need. So streaming the videos has been fantastic, and obviously we are going to continue doing that, and continuing to work on the accessibility of making these meetings easy to navigate, such as today. It's a very long meeting, so we'll add chapter markers and bookmarks and things that will help people find the information that they need. Our website, we have seen an increase in the number of users as well. I believe last year we had, I think it was like 130,000 users. I can't recall off the top of my head, but it has increased. The bounce rate, I know it mentions a decrease, but I do want to address that. And these are all stats for last year, so it is compared to 2021. But the decrease from 2021 is a good thing. The 64% decrease from 2021 means that people are able to go to our website, find exactly what they're looking for, and then leave. They're not having to bounce around from page to page to try to find whatever they're looking for, spending more time. So, Christian and Betsy works really hard to streamline the website and make information accessible, and that's something that we're going to continue to prioritize, to offer that accessibility to people who do navigate to our website. Our e-news is doing well, as always. We have a 61% open rate, and that has increased 27% from the previous year. And we have an 8.2% click rate, so people are clicking on some link that's within the e-news, so those are great. And OBX alerts, we're going to continue using this, and one thing Betsy and I have talked about as well is doing some sort of, having our own sort of public information sunshine list, so to speak, to work with property management companies to get their visitors aware of this system, because not a lot of people know. And the important part of this too is this is a safety aspect of communication. And we have all these main channels, but at the same time, this is probably the most important because we can quickly prioritize how that gets out. So, we want to look at working with property management companies to make sure they have materials to get the word out to their renters, because it could, potentially be a life or death situation. Not to sound extremist or doomsday, but this is a very important source that the county offers and that we offer, and we want to continue to push that. And these are our forms of media that we use to advertise and to communicate as well. Nothing's really changed with that too much. Keep that the same, and ultimately, what does this all mean? So our digital audience is increasing. Print is still here, it's not dead, but there is a huge emergence of a digital audience. And so that's really important for me to take a step back and look at what we do as a department and as a town, truthfully, and how we can continue to communicate. We're seeing a shift in the way that people get their news. I mean, I know people that don't watch the news. They rely on Facebook or Instagram, and that's totally fine. But how do we use that? And that just shows you a trend. And so that's why we need to relook at how we approach social media to engage, interact, and inform. And also, we want to encourage. So I know this is hard to read because it's not meant to be on a screen, but I did create a flyer that I can provide to property management companies that list out everything that I just talked about, all the different resources that we have for communicating. And this could be something, distributed in rental companies. This be something downstairs in our lobby. But it really just gives everyone every way that they can communicate with us and what our channels are right there in front of them. And it is up to the person to seek out their preferred method. And we do rely on people to get their news the best way that they see fit. So this is something that I don't think there's really much more that needs to be tweaked to it, but this will just give you an idea of getting connected within the town. And you'll see this on our website. And again, this is something that I want to be able to distribute. So how do we continue to boost this? So I put 8.25 seconds, and that's very important. The average human attention span is 8.25 seconds. So we have 8.25 seconds to capture someone's attention. Hopefully I haven't lost anybody's. But we have 8 seconds essentially to capture someone's attention, engage them, give them the information that they need, and then prepare them to use that the best way that they need to. So that's not a lot of time to communicate, okay, don't go dig a hole on the beach, because, and I don't know why I keep using that example, but it's a great example of you can't just say it. Like, you need to do something that engages their active thinking to walk away with a lesson, so to speak. So really keeping that tucked in the back of our head as we look at our campaigns and how we're going to share these annual campaigns, and really not change the message, but change our approach so that way they continue to be as effective as they can be. And on that hand also, that comes with the engagement. So looking at using more photos, videos, adding a staff element and more of a personal element to our communication. When we have these duck sweeps out here, I want to tell everybody, I want to brag about it. I want to brag about how great duck looks, and it's because of our volunteers and our staff that lead these events. So definitely look forward to more of those, because I'm going to be bragging. And then the last thing that I kind of wanted to introduce and feel out from you guys is something called Nextdoor. And I don't know, is anybody familiar with Nextdoor? So Nextdoor is another form of media. I apologize for the small font too. But it is geographically specific to where you are. So in order to join Nextdoor, your location has to be verified to your neighborhood. So the town has been verified and approved for a public agency account. It's free. It's just another form of media that we can use to communicate with our residents specifically. So, and this has been interesting. I have an account for my neighborhood, and you can see people that share public safety concerns. I've seen a few here in Duck where we have wildlife concerns, and they're things that we otherwise don't hear about. And so it's been important for me to check that regularly to see what's going on, because people are communicating with each other on this platform, and we're not there. And there are some things that are discussed that are legitimate concerns. And I think, this is another option that we could use to have the public safety element. It's specific to residents here in Duck. It's not like tourists can come in and join the neighborhood. It's specific for Duck. I keep saying that because it's not just another social media account, but it would be great to have this resource to communicate with our residents and provide another form of communication. And I think there's some reciprocity there too, because it is a very hyper-local platform. And so you see that interaction amongst community members. And that's different than what you see on Facebook pages. That's different than what you see in groups on Facebook. It's something, there's a little bit more privacy to it because it's neighborhood centric. So, yes.
Would that Nextdoor account that the town would perhaps set up, would it it would be the only one?
Yes.
And then you would let folks know about it, and then it would just be an app on your phone?
Yes.
Is that the idea? Okay.
Yes, yes, and it's very similar to OBX alerts as well, in the sense that, you know, if there is something happening with, you know, if there's a public safety concern, we can push it out and push an alert through this app. So that's just another way that we can get that exposure out, because some people aren't subscribed to OBX alerts because they don't want to be notified, which I can't imagine why you wouldn't want to be notified, but understandably so, to each their own. But this is just another way that we can do that. And it's also similar to OBX alerts in that we can geo-fence a specific area if there's a concern, like if there's a water line break, we can fence that off in this app also. So we have, you know, OBX alerts for that. We have all of our other channels, but now having Nextdoor also, it provides a little bit more exposure that we might not have otherwise. And it's free. I mean, it takes time, but it's another form of communicating which our residents and our community deserves, so.
And not to drill down too much on it, but it's intriguing to me. Would this be something that out-of-town property owners would also do, or would the phone have to be like local, or would just because you have a property residence address, that's what kind of qualifies you?
Correct. So they do. So Nextdoor actually does have a verification process that is pretty extensive. So they will either do it by location, so using your phone's location, or they also do it by verifying your phone's billing address to your current address. So it is, again, it's hyperlocal, and they have this method of verification. So again, I just think it's another great potential resource. I have it personally. I know other people that use it. We've never had it here in Duck. The worst that we can do is just try, and if it doesn't work out, then at least we know. But I think it's worth a shot to maximize another potential communication effort. If you guys are okay with that, then I'll
I think it's great.
Get it
Yeah,
going.
I just was trying to understand it. So it would really just be for residents?
Yes.
If they did that verification about your
Correct.
billing address. So, yeah, and people talk on it like sort of I think you could probably get a lot of good dialogue going.
Oh, yeah, and it's great. Southern Shores has a lot of great conversation on there and a lot of great community involvement, and that's what kind of inspired me to look at this, because you do have a lot. The conversation is similar to what you see on Facebook, but different also, and I think it's because there's that private community interaction where, you know, you're not getting someone who doesn't live in your area telling you something that you're sharing, so.
Lost dog or,
Yes.
Or
Yeah.
I saw a coyote, or, I'm thinking what people would talk about. Yeah.
And I mean, it's another way that we can share events, recruit volunteers, you know, put out meeting notices. So, I mean, it's very versatile as far as what we can do with it, but it's essentially another platform. So I actually think that is it. Thank you for listening. Thank you for making it through my first retreat.
Thank you. Good
Does anyone have any
presentation.
questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Thank you, Betsy. How do you get signed up for Nextdoor? Just put the app on your phone or what?
You do get the app, and what I will do is once I do get the page set up, I'll have some outreach that I have put together. So I'll share it e-news everywhere so everyone knows. And there are a lot of really cool videos and guides, so you won't go into it blind. They have a lot of great resources for people getting into it. Think of Facebook. Facebook's pretty user-friendly sometimes, most times. So.
Well, I'd just like to add that, I appreciate everything you and Betsy are doing with the events and all the fun that we have in Duck, and also this emphasis on communication, I think is just great, because it's important. You said that it was elementary, some of the objectives, but I think having those out there and reminding everybody, well, no, this is what we're trying to do. Get out there, engage people. So I commend you for shining a light on that, and how important it is in our very transient and, in the diverse groups that we have around here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Cool. Thank you.
Well, now we're at the last item, which is open discussion. So I guess I'll ask council first if there's anything further they'd like to bring up at the retreat for discussion.
I just wanted to clarify on the CIP presentation that we got from you. Next steps on that, are you looking for any feedback from us at this point, or was it just a matter of raising awareness of, what's on there? Where are we going with that?
Yeah, so always looking for feedback from council. So if you have questions, suggestions, comments, yeah, please let me know, because the next time you really see this is as we're going through the budget process. You'll see the output of the CIP in the budget, if it's a fiscal '24 project, but then also you adopt the CIP, the actual plan you adopt as part of the annual budget process.
Right. And for the most part, you did give us the general amounts for each item, and then the timelines, I think, were also on there.
Yes, so
Yeah.
it says what year, and it's important to realize and or to remind folks that it is a plan. So some of the projects that we're showing for fiscal '24, we actually showed for fiscal '23. And because it's a plan, and I think I said yesterday, the plan meets reality, and the reality is the budget. And sometimes you have to prioritize. And that's when we come back to you in April with a draft. I hesitate to call it a budget because it's not balanced, but we bring back a draft of revenue and expenditures and ask you to help us prioritize, what's important to you that we include in the budget and what can we push off another year.
And this is the first year, I think, since we've had you working with us, that we've brought the public safety building back into the CIP. Didn't we take it off for a while, or has it always been there, we just didn't have it allocated in the budget?
Correct. So the project's been there.
On the CIP?
Right, and it's one of those things that keeps getting nudged.
Right.
As we wait to figure out where we're actually going to put it and if we can get appropriate lease terms.
I think for many years, we carried that 450,000 year after year.
Right, yeah, we continue to allocate 450,000 for design, and where we're at with that right now is, we're going to be interviewing architects, and at some point we'll come to you and say, listen, we need to pull a trigger on design because we know now where we're going to site this building, or getting close enough to that we need to begin the design or the programming design work.
It was in the budget for a couple of years.
It was, yes.
And then we had
We took it
to,
out
we
last
realized
year,
that it
actually.
was, so that's the one big fluctuation I see in the CIP, but thank you.
Sure.
Any other discussion? It's been a very productive session.
Yeah.
Certainly appreciate staff, all your preparation, and both before and during the meeting and participation. Is there anything that you'd like to add, Drew, or add in any of your directors?
So I'll let them speak for themselves if they'd like, but I'll speak a little bit on behalf of the department directors in the room and the other staff members that are watching and or maybe not in attendance. I think all 40 of us are very interested in what happens at these retreats. We appreciate the investment of your time, and I keep using that term, and you really are investing your time in a process, and this retreat is part of that. I find it valuable, and I believe our leadership team does as well, to hear not only decisions, but kind of what's the thinking behind them. That's really important for us. That the strategic goal session that we have with you all, that's good insight for our leadership folks as they're working on their budgets, because they then can tie what they're asking with what you've already said. But I'll let them speak for themselves. But I find this to be very valuable. I also think it's a great showcase. You've got some really incredible people serving this community. So the folks that you heard that are members of your professional staff here, they put a lot of time and effort into preparing for this. But you can tell how passionate they are about the service they render to the community. I'm really proud to be able to work with them and just to see the work that they do. And to know that we have the depth of the bench that we have. So, it was great to see when Joe initially was out sick, to be able to see Sandy step up and take more of a leadership role. You've seen when the chiefs are out of town, the second in command and sometimes the third, or whoever's up is here. We don't miss a beat in terms of that professionalism and that, the openness to receive comments from you and be very open and honest in sharing information with you. So again, thanks for your time, but I'll let, obviously, other directors or anyone in the room that wants to add anything to that.
I agree, and in the way that we formatted this in this retreat, and I do appreciate the goal setting, even though I had to miss this year and had to do it virtually, but I really liked the way the department heads did their presentation and alluded to some things, but then you've sort of brought them into the CIP, so there wasn't a lot of redundancy there, and some stuff that we always see, the turnout gear and the bottles and stuff, but it's good information. They balance each other, and so it wasn't, getting hit over the head by just more of the needs, because you address the needs in the CIP really well. So I thought that was really efficient, a use of your time, and thank you. I thought the presentations were really good.
Any of the directors like to say anything, good or bad? Well, I also thank the public for attending, and those that are still here at the end of the second day. We appreciate that. And have a cookie before you leave. And with that, I'll remind the council, our next meeting will be the regular meeting on March 1st at 6 p.m. With that, I will entertain a motion for adjournment of the retreat. So moved. Any discussion on the motion on the floor? All in favor of adjournment, please say aye. Aye. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, everybody. Yay.
Okay, good job, folks. Yeah. A lot of stuff.
Tomorrow at 9. The test is tomorrow at 9.
No.
Did you see you going to Greenville or Greensboro?